Testing. Good morning to our Prime Minister of this country, Honorable Dean Barrow, Deputy Prime Minister of Belize, Honorable Patrick Faber, and the rest of the ministers, the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Gianni Bresenio, and his ministers, Speaker of the House, Madame Langsworth, Father, invited guests and the media. Let us pray. Father, we thank you, God, for this day, this special day, God, that thou had made, that you give we life. You give us another golden opportunity to enjoy this Wednesday morning. Father God, as our leaders come together to pave the way, God, for betterness for this country. God, to come together once again to lock head with good ideas that will build this country. Let it be, Father. God, I pray as we continue to face this COVID-19, God, and even those that are affected, or even those that are recuperating, help them and bless them, my God, that we will continue to do your will. Father, we thank you for this EOB, Equal Opportunity Bill, that will be strike out today. My God, we thank you for the government and the opposition and those that want to see good for this country, God. Thank you that your prayers being answered. God, you save way again. Father, thank you as they continue this morning house meeting. May your will be done in Jesus' name. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, honorable members. I see we started off with a little humor this morning, so that's good. I want to, before we begin our proceedings, we want to acknowledge the presence in the gallery of the Special Envoy for Women and Children, Mrs. Kim Sims Barrow. Welcome, Mrs. Van. Go ahead.
Papers.
I recognize the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Labor, Local Government, Rural Development, Energy, Public Utilities, Public Service, and Elections and Boundaries.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to present sessional papers number HR 281/1/12, the Central Bank of Belize Annual Report. Number HR 282/1/12, the Social Security Board Financial Statements, and number HR 283/1/12, the Supplementary Appropriation number 4, scheduled for fiscal year 2020-2021.
Honorable members, sessional papers HR 281/112 and HR 282/112 are ordered to lie on the table, and sessional paper HR 283/112 is referred to the Committee of Supply for examination, consideration, and report.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, with the consent of the House, I propose to vary the order of the sitting today to allow the introduction of bills at item 12 on the order paper to be taken after the Committee of Supplies at item 14. This is to allow the introduction of the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2020-2021 Number 4, Bill 2020, which, according to Standing Order 71 of the House, cannot be introduced until the proposals have been approved by the Committee of Supply and agreed to by the House. I therefore propose that the House resolve into a Committee of Supply under the item Government Business. Is this the wish of the House? All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Public business, government business, committee of supply.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a Committee of Supply under the chairmanship of the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Labor, Local Government, Rural Development, Energy, Public Utilities, Public Service, and Election and Boundaries. In accordance with Standing Order 65, the deliberations of this committee shall not take place in public. I must therefore ask the visitors in the galleries to leave. They may, of course, return after the Committee of Supply has concluded its business.
Motions.
I recognize the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Committee of the Supply has met and approved the proposal set out in the sessional paper, number HR 283/1/12, supplementary appropriation number 4, scheduled for fiscal year 2020-21. I now seek the indulgence of this Honourable House to agree with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honorable House agrees with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply for supplementary appropriation number 4, scheduled for fiscal year 2020-2021, motion 2020. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. Ayes have it.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce and move the second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2021. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
I recognize the Honorable Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a pity we're just seeing the actual bill and what the government is proposing to spend. So they're not giving us much time to be able to study it closely. And I do understand that some of these things have to be done quickly. But there are a few questions that I would have, and I would seeking some sort of clarification. For instance, in Capital 2, where they're talking on the Ministry of Finance, Labor, half of the cabinet, there's a section for solicitation, which is $1.1 million. So maybe the Prime Minister can explain to us what that $1.1 million is all about. Also, the other one that catch my attention, there are other things, but I don't think we really can do. I see a lot of amounts of monies for COVID all over the place, and yet we are still getting a lot of concerns and from people that they are still not getting the kind of support, both fiscal and otherwise, that was promised to them. And I hope that we can find a way where we can get the monies to the people that are in need, especially our frontline workers. But the one that also has called my attention, Madam Speaker, is certainly the one on Capital 3, the Ministry of Education, Youth, Sports and Culture, where you have $7 million for the purchase of hardware and software, the e-learning applications for distance learning. I wish that the Minister of Education can tell us more about it. How is it that we're going to spend $7 million? My concern is that there's a lot of talk on the streets that a certain businessman is they're already working out a deal with a specific company in Belize City. I would like the leader of the party, no? I think no. All right, okay. That if he can explain what kind of tendering. I mean, this issue about selective tendering, Madam Speaker, we know is a whole setup. I mean, when you're talking about probably $3-4 million that they're going to use in buying these tablets, we have to ensure that there must be open tendering and that we could get the best quality for the best price for the children of this country. So I really would wish that the Minister of Education, I could stick with that right now, the Minister of Education can then confirm to us that they are going to do an open tendering and not selective tendering. I mean, the Ministry of Works have turned it into an art of this issue of selective tendering. I also see another $4.5 million for COVID-19 food assistance program, and we continue hearing from all of my colleagues, and if they wish, then can get up and say how this has been so politicized at this moment, and when everybody is feeling, and it's all over. And the next one, Madam Speaker, the issue of the Ministry of Works. I see there's a $1.5 million for Caracol Road. I think I saw on my phone something that they put out some tender document, and they want to hurry sign that. Let's see if I could find it. They want to quickly sign this before the general elections, and I can't understand what is the hurry. Here you have the procurement notice where they are talking about the received financing and so forth, etc., etc. The project consists of Lot 2, Section A, and Section B, and Section C. And talking about this, this 23.02 miles of upgrading from Pinole Line, that's how I pronounce it, north of the Guacamayo Bridge, a distance of approximately 23 kilometers. And now the ministry is, the scope of works, they talk about that. And so now they are in a hurry to be able to push to sign this contract. Why don't you hurry if their term is pretty much up? They could wait another month, or 2, or 3, or 4, because the elections will come sooner or later, but it has to come. We have said in this house that the issue of the Caracol Road is a ripoff. This is something that we do not need. We do support the first portion up to the entrance of Mountain Parish, but going the rest and spending $180 million, the Prime Minister's words, not mine, in this house, I think it's unconscionable that they are quickly trying to hurry to push to be able to sign contracts with people just because certain people want to enrich themselves. So I want to put these contractors on notice that they should be careful how they're investing in this contract, because when we get into government, we are going to review that contract with effect to remove those funds to where the people really need. It's right now, it can't be about infrastructure. It has to be about people. People know to eat. People know to work. So I just want to put the Ministry of Works, I want to call their attention, and the people that they try investing in this thing, that they might waste their money. So these are some of the things quickly, Madam Speaker, and probably my other colleagues may have something else, but that I can quickly pick up on. As I said, we just kept this, but I have no chance to be able to study what is in front of us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the member from St. West.
I don't know why the rush. The government had 12 years to provide for the Belizean people in terms of development and infrastructure. Now, based on the Prime Minister's words, the election will be before the 4th of November. Based on his words. Okay? And based on our Constitution. And we are here today trying to pass bills. I don't know if they are going through their first, second, and third reading today. I heard that there's another meeting next week, Friday, on the 25th. And at that point in time, the Prime Minister will be forced to announce the election in this country, because time has run up on him. And so,
on a point of order, first of all, check with the member for Caribbean Shores about what the Constitution says, because you have it all wrong. And there is nothing that obliges me to announce any election date at the meeting next Friday. Check with those who know better, please, before you wear your ignorance on your sleeve.
Kindly
I'm
proceed.
of what you said, PM, you tell this nation that you are not going beyond the 4th of November. And the people of this nation will hold you to your words. Because you told them, and I don't want you to go back on what you said. We all expect that elections should be in the first week of November based on your words. And so we are going through a difficult time, Madam Speaker, through the COVID-19, where all Belizeans got affected regardless of your status in society. When the Ministry of Human Development called an individual, they asked that person if you got a fridge in your house, if you have a stove, if you have a TV, what does that matter if that person does not have a job? We in Belize, we live from hand to mouth. So even if I'm making $3,000 a month, that money is committed to an institution. So I am out of money because of the pandemic. My family is suffering. While some of us sit on boards and make huge amount of money, those few are benefiting, but the vast amount of Belizeans are suffering. And I strongly, and I will maintain my position, that if the Ministry of Human Development had used and taken the opportunity to sit down with the elected village councils, I don't want to hear if they are red or blue, they were elected by the people of those communities. And if they had done that, they would have been in a better position today. Madam Speaker, I can tell you, they can say what they want or how they feel. Based on the sentiments of the people out there, they're going to get a resounding defeat whenever the Prime Minister calls the election. Because it is not being done the correct way, and the majority of people are suffering. Imagine my opponent, who is not even elected, have his campaigners going around and taking down names and say, we are doing this because you're going to get parliamentary next week. That's not true. He said he had come from through the Ministry of Human Development. So, Madam Speaker, with a couple of days left for them to go, you are burdening down the Belizean people, and there is a better way. There is a way to find that the Belizean people can benefit from the government that they elect. So with this, I want to say I cannot support this. I get the worst defeat in the country.
Honorable Member from Toledo.
Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution on supplementary appropriation before the House this morning. Madam Speaker, I want to join my colleague from Stan Creek West in echoing the sentiments that he shared this morning as it relates to the process that is being used for our people to be able to acquire, support for them to be able to be enrolled in the pantry program, the food assistance. Madam Speaker, I want to make it absolutely clear here this morning, regardless of what that side says over there, they have always tried, to try to deny and to try to shun away from the realities that our people are living on the ground in our communities, Madam Speaker. So they can shy away and they can deny as much as they want. But the reality is that the people in our communities are suffering. And it is a pity, Madam Speaker, that this matter of COVID relief, this matter of food assistance has become so political. And I want to join here this morning, Madam Speaker, I want to join in saying that this matter is most unfortunate, and we cannot in any way support this kind of behavior, Madam Speaker, by the ruling government. Madam Speaker, you go into the communities in the Toledo district, and I know they jump and say, oh, you come and you cry, because that's what they like to accuse me of, that I come here and I cry. But Madam Speaker, I have a right to represent my people. I have a right to represent the interests and the needs of my community, Madam Speaker. And that is what I am doing here, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, every single community you go to Poite. I was in Indian Creek just a couple days ago. I was in Big Falls, in San Vicente, in Halakte, and I can go on. And what people are telling us, Madam Speaker, is that the UDP political candidate in Toledo West and his UDP operatives going house to house. And you know what they are telling the people, Madam Speaker? You want to get food assistance, then you need to give us your social security number. We need to take down your name and your ID number, and you need to pledge support to the UDP candidate. That is what people are telling you on the ground. And I know, Madam Speaker, you may think that this is not so. But, Madam Speaker, I am telling you that this is the reality that our people are living on the ground. And this kind of behavior, Madam Speaker, cannot in any way be condoned. We on this side of the House have been saying this over and over. And they play like they are deaf on that side. They play as if though this is not the reality on the ground. Madam Speaker, today, they're bringing another supplementary here. And when you look at this, I want to call out the Ministry of Human Development that is responsible for overseeing the implementation of the food assistance program. You know, Madam Speaker, I was approached by the chairman of Medina Bank and by villagers in Medina Bank that when the assessment was done in that community about a week and a half ago, Madam Speaker, you know that on that list, because what happens is that they actually have a pre-approved list, you know. These people who go in to do the assessment, they already have a pre-approved list of persons who they are going to help. And on that list for Medina Bank, there were over 60 persons listed under Medina Bank who they had listed as receiving food assistance. But those 60 persons could not be located in Medina Bank because they do not live in Medina Bank. So the question is, if taxpayers' money is being used to pay for this food assistance, Madam Speaker, and they are listing them as living under Medina Bank, but they cannot be found, then who is collecting the food assistance? Government is paying, taxpayers are paying, but yet we do not have proper accountability. This has to be investigated, Madam Speaker. And you can check it, Mr. Minister of Human Development. You can check it. You could say what you want. You can say what you want, sir. Say because you use that kind of behavior, you could say what you want. But the people know the reality. The people know the reality. And this is what I want to bring to the attention of this honorable House, Madam Speaker. Check Medina Bank. Over 60 people listed that they are collecting food. They do not live there. We want to know where they live, who is collecting that money on behalf of those people. That's what, well, government they pay. Government they pay for the food, sir. Check it out. This is the kind of thing that is happening, Madam Speaker, and that is why I will go further. This matter, Madam Speaker, I am certain that at some point, some sort of auditing will have to be done. Some sort of auditing will have to be done so that we can have accountability and transparency in terms of how government taxpayers' money is being used, Madam Speaker. On the matter of the $7 million for hardware, I want to say, Madam Speaker, I hope that the Minister of Education would explain to this honorable House how this process is going to be carried out. Who is going to be distributing the tablets? How will the students be getting them? Because again, we are already hearing, Mr. Minister, and you can correct us. Yes, we are hearing that, you know, all the political candidates are going to be involved and they are going to go house to house and saying, oh, you know, this is what the UDP is doing. This is taxpayers' money, Mr. Minister of Education. This is taxpayers' money. So we have to ensure that this process is transparent and that all students benefit. All students benefit. And and that we do not play politics with the distribution of these tablets, because these monies that are being invested to purchase them are taxpayers' money, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, on that note, I want to say that I would like to go on record to say that these things have to be looked at very carefully, because we are talking, Madam Speaker, 1.5 million plus $7 million, $8.5 million being spent. And at the end of the day, we want value for money. We want to make sure that our people benefit, not only some, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Ms. Shores?
Thank you and good morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning.
Madam Speaker, as usual, it's quite offensive that we find ourselves this morning having tens of millions of dollars just thrown at us in 3 or 4 pages without any sort of details, any sort of accountability or transparency. I believe the party leader and my friend from Toledo and Stan Creek raised the issue of the $7 million in tablets. Madam Speaker, I just turned to my friend here from Kayasot and I asked him, how much is a Kindle Fire on Amazon? Because in this day and age, we can't get away with giving multi-million-dollar contracts to special individuals who cannot justify the cost of things, because then we know what happens to the balance of the money. We know about the kickback system that you all have been operating under for all these 13 years. And so, Madam Speaker, a name brand tablet like a Amazon Kindle Fire is only $69 US for one, you know. And so if you're buying $7 million worth, it is my hope, Minister of Education, that when we learn the cost, it is not just 69 US, but rather less, because you're buying in bulk. And so don't try to hide the figures that you are spending. Don't try to get away with special contracts at the very end, at the very tail end of your administration. And Madam Speaker, I want to join and echo the sentiments of the members of this side of the House, that for 13 years we have watched as this administration has spent the people's money irresponsibly. Everything is about raiding the barn. I think it was Anthony B., a Jamaican artist, that says everybody wants to raid the barn, but nobody wants to plant the corn. Madam Speaker, since March of this year, we have seen the dependency system that this government has created. We have seen it go from $25 a week that you go to the minister for, to $50 a week. Now you have to go to them for pantry. Now you have to go to them to get on this special list to get your $150 every 2 weeks. Man, it's now dependency on steroids. And there is no tie whatsoever, Madam Speaker. There is no tie to the future. There is no tie to productivity. How easy would it have been, Madam Speaker? Because the people in Belize City, even in my constituency, they are ready to go and farm. Like my brother Nigel Petio said, they want their acreage so that they can plant the corn. But it seems we have to wait till the UDP is gone in order for us to plant the corn, Madam Speaker. And so, how easy would it have been for you to set up warehouses in villages where you can take the same pantry, but then you have 5 acres for each individual, each family to plant. You put a Mennonite house on each of these 5 acres so that they can start the productivity, man. You can give them their groceries, but how long are we going to live off of ramen? How long are we going to live off of sausage, canned sausage, when our country has arable land that we can provide for our own healthy foods, vegetables, fruits? Why are we still stuck in this dependency politics? Do you think that it is going to win you another election, really? And Mr. Prime Minister, I think that the member for Stan Creek West was just kind of trying to give you a little friendly advice, man. He's trying to remind you of what Manuel Esquivel did in 1998 by putting off the election 3 months. All that you're doing is delaying the inevitable. All of this crazy spending, the $7 million that we still don't have any accounting for, because you all want kickbacks to try to win an election. The people are over it. The people of Caribbean shores are over it, because we are hard-working, productive citizens of this country. This dependency politics must end, man. And you have to be more accountable, and you have to spread it. So, Mr. Minister, I know that everybody in Pickstock is getting their food pantry. I'm aware of that. Even on the PUP side, you're using it. That's great. But spread it, man, across the constituencies, regardless of red or blue. Everybody deserves. Madam Speaker. So that is the point that I want to raise today, that this type of politics of just showing up on the morning of and say, look, man, we have spent $7 million next week for tablets. But we need to know who is the contractor. We need to know how this money is going to be spent. We want to know we're getting value for money and quality products, Madam Speaker. So that is my contribution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member from Toledo East.
Madam Speaker, we have just had a hurricane blowing through Belize, and I have heard absolutely no interest in the farmers in the Toledo district. It is really pathetic to see the damage with the corn plantations in our district. I was in Dolores, Otosha. All the cornfields are down. I have seen no interest from the Ministry of Agriculture. Why is it they have not been able to come up with some idea of utilizing what is in the field? Because it's all left there. And in the next 2 or 3 weeks, most of that will rot. The farmers have already gone through this problem with this virus. Now they are going through another problem because the Maya people in my district survive on corn, just like the Chinese surviving on rice. And when you take away that corn from them, you are talking about hard times, really hard times. And to compound that, Madam Speaker, with all the monies that we have been spending, the chairman from Barranco Village, a tiny village of Garifuna people, 35 homes, the bus can't even get to that village. You got to have people behind to push the bus to get into Barranco Village. The same applies to Criquesarco Village. It's really a shame and a disgrace that these people for the past 13 years have been having a very difficult time and absolutely no interest from the government. So I believe that it is time, gentlemen, we are going into a general election, and if you want the voters to vote for the UDP in Toledo, then you better do something. You better act quickly, because our people are going through very hard and difficult times. Thank you.
Honorable Member from Freetown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a very brief intervention. I certainly want to associate myself fully with the remarks of all of my colleagues on this side of the House. It's disgraceful that we're being asked to approve supplementary spending of over $27 million without any proper explanation of how these monies are being used and are going to be used. The Ministry of Health, $8 million. It's clear that there is a need for spending on the Ministry of Health. How is that being used? Where is it being used? The Ministry of Human Development, $4.5 million. Again, how is that money? As my colleagues have said, a lot of people are not feeling the spending of that money. How is that going to be used? The Ministry of Education, $7.6 million. Of course, they're talking about the hardware and software expenditure. And here I simply want to recommend to the government that, and in particular to the Prime Minister as the Minister of Finance, that we put a hold on that spending. This really should not be an issue that we play political games with a month or so before an election. There is a need, this is an important issue, there is a need for us, we've advocated it on this side for many, many years, a laptop program, but this has to be done properly. There needs to be a comprehensive analysis of the needs of our students as it relates to this technology. Who needs it? We need to know exactly who are the children who need these devices. Not properly done. Not properly done. Hurriedly, this hurried rush election gimmick. You've done this before, no? You gave out, I think you did it before some city council election or so, I believe, a few years ago. Not one of the tablets exists anymore. They're all broken up. And every study you read about e-learning tells you that tablets are not the way to go. Laptops, many of the things that students need to do in terms of e-learning cannot be done properly and effectively on tablets. Students need proper laptops to carry out effective e-learning, and the teachers as well. So this thing has to be done properly. It has to be done effectively. So we need to know a lot more, Madam Speaker. As I said, how many students actually need, what type of devices are the most appropriate. Certainly, as I said, not tablets, laptops. And who, as my colleagues have mentioned, who is purchasing these items, at what cost? And I have been on record to say that the government, a properly thought out, comprehensive study of this issue, the government will not have to spend $1. There's a lot of money out there, grant funding that we can get to support a proper, comprehensive e-learning program in this country. We don't have to spend $1. But because somebody is trying to hustle, now we're hurriedly, before an election, trying to put together some multi-million-dollar project that is not necessary at this time. We need to do it properly, and it should be left to a new government to properly study the issue and to do it effectively, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to this appropriation bill. I have heard my colleagues, Madam Speaker, and I am fully in agreement with their debate on this issue. I want to hone in on one, Madam Speaker, and that is appropriation of $300,000 under Capital 2 under the Ministry of Natural Resources for surveys and mapping. Madam Speaker, it says here that the approved estimates for the entire year, 2020-2021, was $185,000. Now, with a few months before the elections, if at all, you're getting $300,000. Madam Speaker, we have heard in the recent past of lands that have been surveyed for the issuing of house lots just prior to the UDP conventions, where lots were being given away so that their cronies can go there and participate. Madam Speaker, I have in my constituency, and I have brought it out to this House, requesting the Ministry of Natural Resources to address an issue in Docron 3, where the land that is been designated for a cemetery for that village and for a park has been usurped by a UDP crony, one that was taken to one of those same conventions as a delegate. And this Ministry of Natural Resources, the Lands Department, has condoned such action. Now, Madam Speaker, we know about the hundreds of lots that were recently surveyed in San Pedro, in Corozal, North, in the area of Lord's Bank, in Belize Rural North, in Cayo North, and in every area. These were not paid. I will show you later. Surveys in these areas, Madam Speaker, from monies from government. And these monies, Madam Speaker, have been assigned to people to do surveys who are not even surveyors. Madam Speaker, these monies are for services, and these monies for surveys have to go through the bidding process, through the tender process, and it has to be something that has to be in the knowledge of the contractor general. But it is not. Madam Speaker, this is government procurement. It might not be procurement of goods, but it is procurement of services. Madam Speaker, this is totally wrong and unacceptable, and I cannot accept and support this appropriation bill.
Madam Speaker, let me just set the record straight, especially for people sometimes to know exactly what is happening, and it's not about blowing your horn or being like a parrot, you see. Life is real. Madam Speaker, under the food package program, every single individual who picks up a package need to sign for it, you know, Madam Speaker, or give somebody authority for sign for it, you know. You hear what they say? Just like the government house where you buy and sell for a lot of money, you and your disingenuous self. You hear what they say? But he signed for himself, regardless of what he signed. He signed. Every single person signed. Just like your pa, your ma, you, sir. We hear what they tell you.
Honorable members, we cannot allow the discussion
but you see
to
all
be
the fragment?
You on both sides, we need to... Honorable members, you have the floor, Minister, and please, Honorable Member from Cayo South, let's give the Minister a chance to make his presentation. Go ahead, Minister, you have the floor.
Anyway, Madam Speaker, I just need to say, for the record, Madam Speaker, every single package is being signed for by every individual who picks up a package, because that is the way how it goes. And you listen to this now, you holler, PUP, UDP, only UDP they get, PUP they say only UDP they say only PUP they get to, and the process is so long and tedious. Madam Speaker, in real truth, we come before this house with them program there, and under the OPEC program, they have to be proper reporting. And proper reporting mean because how the program run. Government need to report your map. That's why you for report.
Honorable Minister and Honorable Cayo South, you need to relax.
Not me at all, you know. I am speaking.
So, Minister, you have the floor. Honorable members, we've got to restore the decorum that we need in the House today. This is a very serious conversation. So do not interrupt the Minister. If you have something to say, you can say. Go ahead, please.
Madam Speaker, they are questioning how the program run. And how the program run is simple. You get approved. You get the text, you go to the store, go pick up your stuff, you carry your ID and you sign an invoice. People are even us. You get what package you're supposed to get, 10 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of beans, 5 pounds of sugar. We ask people to take on the side and say, you know whether on your list. So we said to you people that help on the side and see that you get the correct thing. Check your change. That's how the thing wrong, simple and easy. Simple and easy. So then lot of parrot talking and all kind of things and UDP and PUP and the man make we take that out of it. And then if you want solid thing to know, then people may depend on the oversight committee, you know. That they say. Then they find a lot of decision and coordination that was being made, Madam Speaker, that with the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. And he said, why I have to come out for this, because bipartisan no work for the people. I have to go in a full political mood. Then he said that, you know. He never say, when I'm in the day, he never made it work. He said, by this thing, by this thing, the work for the people of the country, I think I understand one chance, so I need to go and go raw politics. This is our big man game. So if you go raw politics, then you need to take where you need to get some. Thank you very much, man. Mala, you are here together.
Honorable Minister, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on this, Madam Speaker, the concerns that my colleagues on the other side have had primarily. Madam Speaker, it strikes me immediately that why it has caused them so much distress is because, of course, you see, they recently launched their education agenda. What was it called? And my friend from Freetown got up all on the social media, public TV, Madam Speaker, to disclose their plan for education. One of the primary points that they made, Madam Speaker, was that they were going to digitize learning. When they pressed my friend from Freetown for answers, he said, Madam Speaker, that they would take any time from between 0 years when they get in to 5 years in order to get from first form to fourth form and from standard 4 to standard 6 digital devices and get everybody equipped for e-learning. It would take them, he said, Madam Speaker, not my words, his words. It would take them, they will do this over time. 5 years is the time that they wanted allotted in order to get our children on point with digital learning. So it must really pain them, and I can see it, when it is that the United Democratic Party government is able to, in a matter of months, provide all the digital devices that we need in order to be able to deck out all of high school, and in fact, Madam Speaker, a portion of our primary school students as well. Madam Speaker, and I hear my friend from Freetown shouting that this is something that we are just doing. They missed the boat, Madam Speaker, or he's purposefully telling lies. Well, let me go back to when he was Minister of Education. Because you remember, he was my immediate predecessor in the position. When I got into office, Madam Speaker, he had a plan for providing a laptop for every child, you know, at least in concept. This is a concept that they used in the 2008 election. They will give every child a laptop. That's what he said. When I got into office, Madam Speaker, the only thing that I found was some cartoon-looking computers. The only thing left was for them to put Mickey Mouse on the cover. And this was the plan of one computer per child that he had in mind. So it must bother him, and indeed his colleagues on that side, when they see that the UDP administration is moving swiftly in order to deliver. But let me remind him, for his sake and for others on that side, that it was now going on 2 years that we launched the DigiLearn initiative and also the Pro Futuro initiative in primary schools, DigiLearn for high school and Pro Futuro for primary schools. Are you forgetting that? Did you not know that we've partnered with Digi to provide computers in 9 schools when we piloted the program, and now 8 high schools, first to second form, have those devices, and that we intended with all our hearts to roll out this initiative, eventually getting us to 40-something plus schools out of the 50-odd high schools that exist? How do you ignore that? This is and has been the plan of the government. However, Madam Speaker, as we all have witnessed, COVID-19 has caused us to have to change our plan. And that is why when the Prime Minister read the budget, Madam Speaker, it was difficult for us to allocate monies for the expansion of the DigiLearn programs, which would have seen an additional 15 secondary schools be added on to the high schools that already were receiving the benefit of DigiLearn. And then, Madam Speaker, we would have expanded in those schools that only had first to second form. They would have gone third and fourth form. That's not an election gimmick. That is not something that is coming only because it's election. But I accuse them, Madam Speaker, of being disingenuous. Because when they present their plan saying they will provide devices from standard 4 to 4th form, 4 to 4 as they call it, no plan, no clue as to where they're going to get those devices. I listened to my friend from Freetown now saying, oh, this would come from grant funding. Well, where do you think that these monies are coming from? It is in Capital 3 because the government is being asked to front the money. And why? Because we're going to get these monies from the EQIP 2 loan and grant. There was a grant of $2.5 million, of which the bulk of that grant will now be channeled into getting devices. But because of the urgency of the situation, Madam Speaker, it has to be done in this way. Now, I listened as someone of them spoke about why not wait until a new administration comes in for them to then start the procurement of the devices. How ridiculous they sound when they know, Madam Speaker, that our children have been out of school for more than 6 months. And they heard me, Madam Speaker, they heard me say to them in a press conference almost a month ago exactly what was going to happen. We said, Madam Speaker, that we were going to open primary schools on September 7th and that distance learning would happen, and that by that distance learning we meant some electronic but primarily paper-based instruction and interface with the students, no face-to-face. And we announced that on October 5th, which is 2 or 3 weeks away, Madam Speaker, that we will seek to get devices. We never hide it. We never put it in a no secret bag like the PUPs are known to do. I'll tell you in a minute because it's one of your PUP people, and you should be careful of how you talk about the person. In fact, the last time they spoke about him, I understand they had to do a quick fix. You enabled quickly your guns, one of whom is my good nephew, Van Gill, to go on the talk show and apologize profusely to the guy because he's one of your financiers. So if anybody should benefit from this contract, it would be you, it would seem to me, because the man is a known PUP financier. Man, take your time, I'll take your time, I will tell you all. I have nothing to hide, so I will disclose everything. Give me a break. Right now. So, Madam Speaker, to answer my friend from Freetown again, who now cries out, Madam Speaker, could you control him? Maybe he needs a muzzle. The mask is not enough to keep him.
Honorable members and member from Kayaso, please remember that the House is governed by standing orders. Please do keep, just everybody has a turn, just keep it down. Honorable Minister, kindly proceed, you have the floor.
The money is the $7 million, as I've said. I'll come back to my friend from Freetown in just a minute, but let me put this out there for the record. I made it known, I think it was in this honorable house the last time, that the monies for the devices are going to come from two sources actually. The first source is from a grant, my friend from Freetown, a grant from the Caribbean Development Bank. And also, we are repurposing a portion of a loan called the EQIP 2 that came to this very same house for 10 million US dollars. You remember? So it's no new loan that we're taking out. And a significant portion even of the monies for EQIP 2 that we are going to use to procure the devices, Madam Speaker, come from an additional grant sum that was added on to the 10 million US to cater for immigrant children and their education. So when he talks about trying to find monies, you can't be more creative than what we've done in terms of trying to find monies to fund this initiative. And for the sake of his cry for us, Madam Speaker, or whoever it was to say, wait until the new government takes place. Number one, I don't trust them. The Belizean people don't trust them. Number two, because we know what they do. We know what they do in the Ministry of Education, especially, you could ask my friend from Lekai, and that same one from Freetown too. We can talk about that. But we don't trust them, Madam Speaker, because they've made the promise to do all of this in education before, and they've not done it. But we have outlined clearly, Madam Speaker, where these monies are going to come from. And he's asking why is it that we're striking now? Well, Madam Speaker, you can't necessarily go to the IDB and say to them, a year from now when COVID is no longer raging in the way it's raging, that there is need for this kind of thing. We are using the opportunity of COVID, yes. And it's not only, maybe I shouldn't put it like that, because it's not that we're using the opportunity. It is now a must. It is a must that we find creative ways of delivering education to our children. I can't understand for the life of me why you would put politics before that. We can't wait for, if you claim you're coming to office, because God knows you'll never come to office as long as I'm the leader of this party, and we are going to do everything to make sure that that does not happen. But even if by some stroke of luck, Madam Speaker, they were to win, that would take another 2-3 months or whatever, sort of how they want the students to learn. They don't care exactly. That is the way of the PUP. They don't care. So we have gone under the cover of COVID-19, but more importantly, under our mandate in the Ministry of Education to ensure that every child can access education, even in these COVID times, to the IDB to say, can you help us? We had a plan that would have seen in a matter of 3 years more, all of our high schools through DigiLearn receive a good quality laptop computer. But because of COVID-19 and the damages it has done to our economy, we can't necessarily proceed with that plan. But here we have some monies that we were looking to do another initiative with. Can you allow us to redirect this money in order to provide what is now an emergency situation? To provide for this emergency situation where we can put a device in our children's hands so that they can engage with their teachers and they can participate in learning. You see how they're quick to confuse things, Madam Speaker. They spoke, the member for Freetown, about the tablet distribution some time ago. You have to understand what's the objective when the government moves, you know. Sometimes you play like you're slow. Maybe you're not playing, maybe you're genuinely slow. But that initiative was never to encourage e-learning in the classroom. They never load a single platform on there, not a single textbook. That initiative was to bridge the digital divide because too many people in this country didn't have an electronic device, and we in our wisdom decided the best place to start that would have been with our sixth formers, that it could enhance their research and so on, but it was never a teaching tool. So why are you being disingenuous? And I will tell you today that I get messages from students, especially now that we're moving on with a new initiative, to tell me that their tablet is still functioning. So that's another lie. Well, let me get down to the meat of what they want to get into. The member from Orange Walk Central, the honorable leader of the opposition, or it may be the member from Caribbean Shores who said that he can go on Amazon and buy an Amazon Fire for how much did you say? $69. And of course you can. Of course you can buy a very inexpensive tablet, 5 inches or 6 inches, on Amazon for 60 US, but let's give you 60 US, that's 120 Belize dollars. It's not a 4 or 5 inch tablet, sir. This is a learning device that is 10 inches, it's a 10-inch screen. And I will tell you the brand and I will tell you the specifications so that you can go and research it yourself and find out the value. But before I do that, because I have nothing to hide, I will disclose all to you if you want me to. Before I do that, let me tell you that when I announced the initiative some weeks ago in a press conference alongside the Prime Minister, I said to the nation that we were going to get 8,000 tablets. That was the number that I threw out at the time. That's because we hadn't done any homework yet. We hadn't gone around to look where to find what. I'm pleased to announce to this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, that the monies that are being allotted will yield 15,500 tablets to this nation. It's not, I don't even want to call it a tablet because the truth is, the tablet, what they are trying to minimize as a tablet has developed so far, Madam Speaker, that in fact, if you go to big corporations in the United States, people walk around with a tablet with a keyboard attached. That is what their computer is now. That is what a computer is. Smart is. A computer, the only difference between a tablet and a computer is the keyboard attachment. That is perfectly true. Remember, you are an architect. The size of the device is what makes the difference between a cell phone and a computer, Madam Speaker, or a laptop. The tablet is an in-between device. But tablets have gotten so big now. I wish I could show you mine. I have an 11-inch MacBook, iPad. Big. You want me to buy iPads for everybody? My iPad cost me 1,000 US, you know. But you would cry if I tried to do that. But Madam Speaker, a 10-inch tablet, I think it's Logic 10.1, something like that is the brand. But you could go and look it up. I just looked it up, Madam Speaker, and the retail price of it on the internet goes between $446 and 514 Belize dollars. But that's not what we're going to pay for it, of course. Because as my friend said, you know, they do these transactions all the time, it would seem. When you buy in bulk, you get a better price. But Madam Speaker, when it was communicated to me that this is the device that would best suit our needs, I said, I won't accept that. We need more. So, Madam Speaker, we insisted on getting more until we got all the software that we needed loaded on. And just for your benefit, you will know that the main bit of software that we are using on it, which is Office 365, is given to this country in a licensed format, free by the Microsoft Corporation. But to load it onto all the devices is a cost. We managed, I already told you, man, listen and you will know. I already said it, you were sleeping. And I also insisted, Madam Speaker, that we get a 3-year warranty on the devices so that if there is some malfunction on the devices, that is thrown in. I insisted, Madam Speaker, that the students will get a carrying case for their device. I insisted, Madam Speaker, that the students will get the Bluetooth keyboard that attaches so that, in fact, when those students are using those devices, you would think it's a full-on computer, and in truth, that is what it is. It is a big 10-inch screen with a case with the keyboard tagged on to it, connecting by Bluetooth, Madam Speaker. And even when they told me that, I said, that's not enough. So they threw in a headset, Madam Speaker, because you know the students will be on Zoom and Teams. Teams is what goes with the Microsoft package. It is a very loaded package for the price that we are getting it. So, Madam Speaker, I put all of this on the record today because they know me. I am not in any hanky-panky. I serve the Belizean people, and what I am about is ensuring that we stretch that $7 million to ensure that as many of our students who are out there suffering right now because they don't have a proper device to connect, to learn through their schools, Madam Speaker, they are the ones who are struggling. So then Balia could talk all they want to talk, Madam Speaker, because they don't feel what the people out there are feeling. They have 4 or 5 iPads in their homes. And I should say we. So don't get into the way. Don't try to block our people from attaining. They can't wait another minute. There are people in this country who don't have access because they don't have a device. Why are you trying to stand in the way of that? There is no election gimmick in that. We did not call COVID on ourselves. We did not ask for Hurricane Nana. So why is it that you are behaving like that? It can only mean, Madam Speaker, that they feel the pinch because what my friend from Freetown in his glorious speech pulled out from 10, 15, 20 years ago, free education. Again, everybody know them, but they're not serious about free education. He spent 5 years there. The one from Lakei spent 5 years. The one from Fort George spent 5 years. And none of them not produce no free education. Pull out another thing about digitizing education. They did nothing. Nothing. So it must really pain them, Madam Speaker, when we talk about doing this and doing it so quickly. I will add, Madam Speaker, that there is an allocation as well that's coming for training our teachers in order to use the devices, Madam Speaker. But this has already happened in those schools where DigiLearn was present already. And Madam Speaker, there's another element to all of this, the connectivity, because when you get a device, that does not mean you can just immediately, automatically connect to the internet. So the Ministry of Education is working overtime with our internet providers, our main partner, which is Digi, to try to get and make sure that whatever connectivity exists out there, we can make it affordable for the students. That is how you know that we are genuine, not like these guys over here, Madam Speaker. So I totally reject their position. And I am pleased, Madam Speaker, to associate myself with this initiative. In fact, they will know that under my watch, the ministry doesn't have any scandal. Under their watch, it's another story. But our government maintains that this is a necessary thing to do at this time, and they can trust. Or they asked, Madam Speaker, if you'll allow me to answer one other question that they asked about. My friend from Freetown asked about a survey being done to see who really needs the devices. That has been done. And it has been properly done. And if you want to know, the truth is, it was done even before we announced that we would have given devices. So you know what happened? We did 2 rounds of consultations to find out who needed devices. In the first instance, the number of students who said they had some kind of device that could connect, Madam Speaker, was much lower. When we went around and after they heard that the government was going to provide one, it went up almost over 2,500 more. But it does not matter, Madam Speaker, because this administration with this $7 million is procuring all the devices that are needed to satisfy the needs of our secondary students, and then some, because we are going to also provide for our some primary school students under this initiative. Why are we doing that? Because the IDB's initiative and the program that we are repurposing the monies from demand that we also give some to primary school. So know that that is the reason for that. And they were asking as well, Madam Speaker, how we are going to give out that one from Toledo West who likes to hear himself on Love FM. We're not going to politicize, give politicians the laptops to give out. That is ridiculous. That is not how the UDP does things. I listen to them as they talk about the UDP's ministries, government ministries, handing out the pantries and giving it to people directly. Well, somebody needs to pinch me and tell me what's going on, because the colleagues on my side complain about the same thing, that some of their people are not getting help. So if what they and they seem to be confused. 1 minute, the member from Toledo West is saying that the monies are missing. Then the next minute, the money is not missing. The pantry food, they go to people on this side and up on the side. They are confused. But that is not how we do things, Madam Speaker. The schools identify in their ranks, in their student population, the students who need the devices, and the devices will be distributed via the schools. We don't need to do any other way, Madam Speaker. You feel like the Belizean people and those students and their parents don't know that it is the UDP administration who has made it possible. They will know, Madam Speaker, so there is no need for that kind of politicking. They will know exactly which party is serious about advancing things. I thank you, Madam Speaker. I know what hamper. Listen to me, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, I cannot imagine the behavior that's being displayed in the House this morning.
Sit down.
We have to get it under control. We have standing orders that we have to abide by, and but we're not. Why are we using certain kinds of languages? We're imputing improper motives. I think everybody needs to go back to their standing orders, please, because I'm responsible for order in the House. Just like how you always have to have your say in terms of your substantive positions in here. But we must abide by the rules. Please, kindly wrap up, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I am wrapping up, but as I promised them, I would try to be as transparent as possible. They asked about how we would source the company to do the procurement. And let me tell them right off that these monies, as you can see, they are in Capital 3. So these are not money. While the government fronts the money, we expect to get a full reimbursement from the IDB. And as I've said, there's another smaller sum of money that is coming from the CDB in the form of a grant. Madam Speaker, everybody knows that the IDB has very strict procurement guidelines. And so, Madam Speaker, it is true that we represented to the IDB that we needed to move swiftly. I'm sure that you can all appreciate that. And that we needed to ensure that the tablets, or the devices, I prefer to call them devices because they are already abusing the notion of a tablet, which to me is disingenuous. But we communicated to the IDB that we needed to secure these tablets in the most expeditious way. And that is why we did single sourcing of the tablets. However, Madam Speaker, we had to meet all the guidelines of the IDB and in fact of the CDB. And in the case of the CDB, we had to use a third party for single sourcing. We're using the UNDP. So there are mechanisms built in even when there is single sourcing. The Prime Minister and Minister of Finance will tell you that the financial secretary, in fact, we have gone back and forth, even when there are measures that are not required for us to do, we have still done that. We received bids from 3 providers, Madam Speaker. Those bids were submitted to the Ministry of Finance. We single sourced. We told them why we would want to go with the particular company that we did, and that is where we are. That company, my friends, is Cellular World. I'm understanding, Madam Speaker, that company is owned by a very prominent PUP businessman.
As long as we don't go into the names there.
No, I'm not naming names, Madam Speaker, but I am told that it is one of the financiers of my friend, the leader of the opposition. And in fact, Madam Speaker, the last time he messed around and called the man name and challenged the man, he had to send, like I said, an apologist in the form of my nephew Van Gill on the TV the following morning to say sorry because they needed the man's support. So if this is any kind of trickery and gamery, that money will end up in the pockets of the PUP as far as I see, because the man is no friend of ours. But I will leave it at that, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member from Kyle South.
Good morning, Madam. Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Just a second.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. Kindly proceed now.
Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning.
And
Good afternoon, I guess.
no, maybe
Not
my
yet?
watch is a little bit
Oh, all right.
behind, but still. Madam Speaker, you keep reminding us that we need to follow the rules and regulations in the House, and I respect that fully. But how can you expect us to follow the rules and regulations when the House itself is acting extremely unprofessional? I've been in the House for 8 years, and this continuous abuse of the executive presenting bills in this House without prior notice to the opposition members. Madam Speaker, you and I have participated in courses of Parliament. So you know what I'm saying, that action of not having the opposition ample opportunity to be able to analyze, investigate, and study the proposed bills is undemocratic. It is unprofessional, Madam Speaker, and it is downright disrespectful to the people of Belize. And it's not only today, it is nearly every single sitting of the House of Representatives, Madam Speaker. And so, who is to blame? Is it the executive that is always on their personal political agenda, or is it the legislature that allows this to happen? Any which way you put it, Madam Speaker, it is totally unacceptable, and that is why you see what happens in the House happens, because nobody is respecting this House of Representatives because the authority is not doing what is necessary. Madam Speaker, how do you expect us to properly debate bills when we do not have time to prepare? That is why you see members on the other side trying to defend what they feel is right for the country, but everybody else out there knows that it is all bogus and gives us little or no time. Madam Speaker, I got these papers this morning, and you're talking about millions and millions and millions of dollars, and now they're using COVID as an excuse. But what excuse can they give? From 2012 I've been here, and it continues and it continues and it continues and it continues, and nobody wants to stop it. Why do you believe it? Our democracy is a laughing matter out there, Madam Speaker. We are all to blame, but the legislature allows the executive to abuse it, and that is utterly unacceptable. Madam Speaker, just responding to the Minister of Education, I was doing some calculations. I just Googled a laptop from Amazon Best Buy, and it costs $99 for a laptop. I know they talk for a pad now, $99 for a laptop, Madam Speaker, and that's without any discount. That's just purchasing it directly. If you want to add on another $16 for the headset. Madam Speaker, if he's saying he's distributing 15,000 laptops at the amount of money that they are saying, they are spending approximately 500 Belize dollars per device. And a government, we're not talking an individual, we're not talking a member of the House of Representatives, we are not talking a company, we are talking the government of Belize should have some type of purchasing power where we could get these devices at acceptable prices, Madam Speaker. And that is why I have been insisting since 2012 that we need audits to be done. Audits have to be done of the Petrocarib money. Audits have to be done of the contracts given out, like the one for the lottery. Audits have to be done for Belize Infrastructure Limited. Audits have to be done for the Ministry of Works, for BTB, for all these institutions or government ministries. Because only then will the people of Belize realize how the money has been spent. And only then will we be able to analyze how we will move forward as a country. It is totally ridiculous what's happening, Madam Speaker. The member as an elected leader of the United Democratic that wants to be Prime Minister refuses to hand to you a report of PAC that we gave to him in 2018. Hypocrisy, Madam Speaker, when they get up there and they speak, when their actions undermines democracy and enhances corruption. That is what they do, Madam Speaker. When they refuse to have committees that is supposed to be checks and balances. When they undermine the committee system in the House of Representatives. And we sit here and we believe that the people have any respect for us and this institution, this branch of government called legislature. We should all be ashamed because we allow it to happen. We allowed the United Democratic Party to kidnap the legislature and do with it as they please. That, Madam Speaker, should never be accepted. I still want to know who is the supplier for the pantry program, the main supplier in Belize City. Why are those names not given out? These are questions that people are asking. I want to know who is this PUP contractor. Maybe the party leader will tell me later, because I need to go visit him if that's the case. I'm going with your party leader. You and I are going with her, because we need to know. But getting back to land, because it's part of the presentation. Madam Speaker, we have a serious problem in Cayo South where they're not even distributing land with title. The caretaker since 2012, he was elected in 2008, has been convincing people that he is giving them land. His agents have been collecting money in the thousands of dollars. They have been giving people receipts coming out from the next door grocery shop. And these people, with all their hearts and all their souls and the little bit of money that they have, build on these lands. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, they still do not have title for these lands. And lo and behold, these lands are not government lands. They are privately owned lands that these caretakers and UDP operatives are fooling the people into going into and using. Madam Speaker, how are we supposed to help the poor people if we do not give them power? You give them power by giving them titles, Madam Speaker. You cultivate more poverty by allowing them to be on land that is not theirs. It's happening right now, Madam Speaker, in Kamalote as I speak. It's happening in Armenia as I speak. It is happening in Ontario, where they are taking away leased land from people that they perceive to not support them and giving it to people that they want to support them, Madam Speaker. So none of these guys on the other side can come here and speak that it's not political. Every single thing that the United Democratic Party and its leaders do is political. And we allow it to happen, Madam Speaker. The legislature allows it to happen by not giving us ample opportunity to be able to investigate the issues so that we can debate it properly. And that is why it happens in here where you see the back and forth, because it is frustration on the side of the opposition. It is frustration that you are experiencing, Madam Speaker. And it is wrong It is unprofessional. It is undemocratic. I'll leave it at that, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Just a minute. I figured not a problem.
They're finished? Thank you.
Yes. Kindly close the debate for us, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, a lot of the fire from the other side was concentrated on the $7 million set out in the supplementary estimates for the Ministry of Education. All I can say in terms of what those on the other side had to complain about in their interventions and what the Minister of Education responded to them is careful what you ask for, because, no pun intended, the Minister gave such a comprehensive, detail-filled accounting of what this initiative is all about and how it will work, that I have to say he took them to school and they didn't need any laptop to follow along with what was really an extremely compelling presentation. Madam Speaker, one point I want to make right at the start. Sticking for a moment with the question of the $7 million for these devices. The argument that we come to the House and we don't give sufficient notice with respect to something like that, a significant expenditure item, is absolutely without substance. In the current circumstances, I don't care what the member for Ohio South says in terms of trying to suggest that we use the pandemic as an excuse. This is a pandemic. We are in critical terms. We're in critical circumstances. We have to spend in as quick, as accelerated, as flexible, and as fleet-footed a manner as is required. And that is why we spend, and as soon as we can, we come to the House to give the House and the nation an accounting of what it is that we're spending. And there is enough detail in the supplementary appropriation bill to tell them exactly what's going on. Even when you do the annual budget and there are line items, the kind of detail that they're suggesting is missing. That's not found even in that. And certainly with respect to a quickly put together supplementary appropriation bill so that we can be transparent and so that they can know what every last bit of expenditure goes on, has to be in the form in which we give them. And I'm saying, in terms of the $7 million for the education initiative, as the minister pointed out, my goodness, as long ago as a month, we had that joint press conference. He spent perhaps an hour doing what he's done in an even more compelling form today, but doing it nevertheless, setting out for the nation what it is that we were about, why it was completely necessary in the circumstances, making the formal announcement, that secondary school starts in the first week of October. How on earth are you going to take your time and act in a leisurely fashion insofar as the acquisition of the devices is concerned when time is upon us, when the reopening date for secondary schools is already threatening to overtake us? Madam Speaker, again on the question of transparency, it is not only, as the Minister of Education said, look, we went through the entire thing with the IDB and there is a formal letter that we can share with them. In that letter, exactly how we would proceed was agreed upon in terms of trying to make assurance doubly sure with respect to our being certain that what we are doing in terms of providing for the spending of the $7 million is merely to authorize us to front the money, to put the money up front, because all the monies will be coming back from the IDB. I personally called the President to try to impress upon him the need for that kind of assurance and the need for speed. And in fact, he gave me an undertaking that the monies would be coming towards the end of this month or early in October. But we couldn't wait. What we're trying to do with respect to the distance learning, if you will, so that secondary schools can reopen, every other nation, certainly in this region, is doing. These devices that we had to procure are at a premium. The supply chains have been, as everybody knows, disrupted globally. So we had to move with all deliberate speed. Nevertheless, in moving in the fashion that we did, in single sourcing the acquisition of the devices, we agreed with the IDB that that is exactly how it would happen. And single sourcing doesn't mean that you get up from one day to the next and you decide you're going to give it to Cellular World. No. You invited at least 3 different entities to submit quotations. That was done, Madam Speaker, and it was the selection thereafter of the best of the 3 quotations, getting that back to the IDB to make sure throughout the process that we are on the same page as the funders. In this case, I repeat, those funders being the Inter-American Development Bank. One other very important point. The placement of the order for the devices, the entering into the contract with the supplier, Cellular World, for these devices, was put to the contractor general of this country, you know. They complained for months and months about the lack of a contractor general. When we did find one, all of them said he is an absolutely well-qualified individual and somebody of integrity. What was done? Went to the contractor general and obtained his approval. And Madam Speaker, what happened with respect to the 7 million is what happens throughout in terms of the government's response to this COVID-19 pandemic, to this crisis that is the greatest challenge this country has faced in a generation. The food assistance program. I don't care, they can jump high, they can fall low, they can swoon, they can tumble to the ground. There is no way we were ever going to charter that program in a fashion that would see the politicians get involved. They keep saying that we ought to have worked with the village leaders. Those village leaders are chairpersons of their villages. by way of elections that are nakedly, overtly political. So the moment you started to talk about putting the distribution into the hands of the village council chairpersons, you were making the process political. As somebody said, Madam Speaker, and I can't repeat this enough, everything, every initiative that we have in fact implemented was born out of the collective decision-making process that took place via the National Oversight Committee, which the leader of the opposition, until he decided that he wanted out, co-chaired. How are you going to point fingers at the unemployment relief program when in fact the system that was set up was a system that was designed by Dr. Barnett from our side and by Chris Coy from their side? How are you going to complain about that? How are you going to complain about the food assistance program when the distribution and the entire process, the vetting, the approving, is done by the public officers at the Ministry of Human Development? Madam Speaker, I want to assure those on the other side, I'm getting ready to leave, and certainly into retirement, sir, into retirement. Complete retirement. I'm not like some people who don't know when to go. But, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to, I was never, you don't, and let me not personalize it at all. In terms of this crisis that we're facing, you don't play politics, man. That is basic good sense. It's not even so much decency as good sense. And I am, in these closing weeks, I won't say months, I don't want to scare any more our friend from Stand Creek West. I had hoped that you had talked to our friend from Stand Creek West so he could disabuse himself as to the wrong-headed notions he has about when elections must be called and that sort of thing. But, Madam Speaker, no man, we must close out this particular chapter in a way that will assure the Belizean people that the best is being done by them in these extremely difficult circumstances. I don't know if they know, but the phase 2 of the unemployment relief program, it's moving at a far faster clip now than phase 1 ever did. Already 20,000 persons have been newly approved and have been paid their first disbursement. With respect to the food assistance rollout, it is true, and I've heard that for some time now, that the coverage, which is to be extended because we're getting money from OFID, that the coverage is not wide enough. Well, we're trying to do something about that. And there are also complaints about the slowness of delivery. That also is being addressed. I just had a word with the CEO in the ministry, Judith Alpuche, and she has explained to me what it is, the new structures, the new arrangements that they're putting in place so that the distribution can be speeded up. But that distribution will remain in the hands of the public officers because that is the most certain way to keep politics away from it. We're not going to foul what is a core program, what is helping people to keep body and soul together by allowing or permitting any kind of political interference. And the fact is, Madam Speaker, that I believe they know if they don't let me tell them. I believe they know, but they don't want to let on that they know. Both the unemployment relief program and the food rollout, the food assistance program, are being, even as we speak, audited by the Auditor General of this country. So don't tell me any foolishness about representatives playing politics with the structures, with the procedures, with the systems. These things are being run properly in the interests of the people of this country, and the Auditor General is in both Dr. Barnett's ministry, looking at the structure and the way the unemployment relief is proceeding, and in the Ministry of Human Development, making certain that, Madam Speaker, we will continue to operate in a fashion that is completely above board. Let me close by answering the Leader of the Opposition on this particular question of the $1 million and odd. That, Mr. Leader, is for the legal fees that we have had to pay with respect to the consent solicitation for the attorneys that we retained. We had already paid, which is part of Sullivan and Cromwell. We had already paid, we had come to the House already, because we had to pay, of course, the consent solicitation fee. We had to pay the lawyers for the creditor committee. We had to pay their financial advisors. Now, this is to pay our own lawyers. You talked about the need for a restructuring. I completely agree with you. You win, you will have to go to town on these creditors. You will have to impose the haircut on them that the circumstances require. But you see how costly it was merely to buy time for you or for the new leader of the United Democratic Party. Whoever wins, that is going to have to be done. It's going to be a costly exercise, as even this holding pattern type thing that we did has proven to be, but it will be absolutely necessary, and in the circumstances of the post-pandemic order, financial order, that globally must be put in place, I am certain that our Belize will ultimately succeed in taming this super bond. A super bond, that I will just add, is the creation of the People's United Party. Before I sit, Madam Speaker, one point. I'd said that as a matter of good sense, you don't politicize things like food assistance, unemployment relief in these sorts of circumstances. But leaving good sense apart, there is a precedent, you know, that is again another teaching experience that, even had I been inclined to do otherwise, would have brought me quickly to my senses. I remember the year the UDP came into office for this almost 13-year run. I remember the particular election that we won in 2008. Then it was, you want to talk about political giveaways, then it was that we saw that the PUPs that had invented these political giveaways, somebody talked about some kind of dependency culture, then it was that we saw how they had taken it to higher heights. You remember the 20 million US or so from Venezuela that they used, the headquarters was on North Front Street. That building that eventually, I think, was it housing or education, took over. The people were lined up in their thousands outside that building, and I won't call the name of the ex-minister who was in charge of the effort, lined up to collect their $100 or their $200 or whatever it was. In the then Prime Minister's office, Ainsley Lester was sitting on a chair outside, and again with the monies to hand out as the supplicants came to make their appeal. What happened? You lost that election in a catastrophic manner. I don't know what's going to happen in terms of the upcoming elections, but I can tell you, I have looked at your example, and I know that if the party I am leaving behind is to win, they better not try the same foolishness that you did, the same illegality that you did in 2008, because it would be the same result. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I sit absolutely content in the knowledge that we are running these programs And we're coming up with these supplementaries with respect to monies that are being properly spent, carefully accounted for, and that are going only to try to assist both the health sector and the general population in terms of social protection in the middle of this unprecedented pandemic. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2021 be read a first and a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. Sounds like we need to have a division at this rate. We will assume that the ayes have it. The clerk?
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending the 31st day of March 2021.
Prime Minister?
I thought you did
Treasury
read
bill.
the oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Treasury Bills Act, Chapter 83 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to raise the principal sums represented by Treasury notes outstanding at any one time and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Treasury Bills Act, Chapter 83 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to raise the principal sum represented by Treasury notes outstanding at any one time and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, in relation to the movement of nationals of Caribbean community states, to provide for the expansion of the definition of dependent to include spouses and dependents of the national, the inclusion of new definitions, the clarification of the periods of automatic and indefinite stay for nationals of Caribbean community states, the inclusion of Haiti to the list of qualifying Caribbean community states, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Will this go through its stages today? No. Okay, because I just have it and my colleagues haven't got, okay.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the National Security and Immigration Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, in relation to the movement of nationals of Caribbean community states, to provide for the expansion of the definition of dependent to include spouses and dependents of the nationals, the inclusion of new definition, the clarification of the period of automatic and indefinite stay for nationals of Caribbean community state, the inclusion of Haiti to the list of qualifying Caribbean community state, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Freedom of Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 1702 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to make provision in the interest of administrative and operational efficiency for inclusion of new definitions and the expansion of existing definitions, for the inclusion of new categories of approved persons, among other things, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the National Security and Immigration Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
A bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 1702 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to make provision in the interest of administrative and operational efficiency for inclusion of new definition and the expansion of existing definition for the inclusion of new categories of approved person, among other things, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable Prime Minister.
This is the Cybercrime Bill 2020. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to combat cybercrime by creating offenses of cybercrime, to provide for penalties, investigation and prosecution of the offenses of cybercrime, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. In introducing it, Madam Speaker, this, I think, is legislation that is long overdue. We're not seeking to pass it all at once. This must go to the House Committee so that members of the public can have a chance to comment. But I think from now I can speculate with some degree of assurance that there will be across the House support for this legislation, which I repeat is long overdue. I just want to congratulate all those that worked on this bill. There was, I believe, widespread consultation. There were special drafters retained, and so much effort went into it that it is perhaps invidious for me to single out any one individual. But my wife, who is the special envoy, is sitting immediately in front of me, and I'm sure the leader of the opposition will understand. We both, I think, occupy that same space of domestic bliss, which, although strong, can be precarious if we don't behave according to certain rules. In that context, do allow me, Madam Speaker, to congratulate my wife, who was certainly one of the moving forces behind this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
A bill for an act to combat cybercrime by creating offenses of cybercrime, to provide for penalties, investigation, and prosecution of the offenses of cybercrime, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Land Tax Act, Chapter 58 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to empower the Minister to remit land tax where there is the spread of an infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, in making the introduction of this bill, COVID-19 has had some devastating impacts, Madam Speaker, and these impacts have had far-reaching effects, and those effects go beyond the mere spread of the virus and the measures that countries have taken to contain the virus. A UN report released indicated that this pandemic has caused probably the most impact on the economies, and the actual impact has spread not only to governments but to societies and particularly to families. And so each country has had to look at its own profile and find measures to mitigate the impact of the effects that this pandemic has had on its general populace. Part of the response, Madam Speaker, that we are taking is the provision of the relief of land tax to our populace. Initially, we had received the requests from the people from the banana sector asking for this relief, and in realizing that there was such a request, we brought it to Cabinet, and we requested for the relief not only to be extended to the banana sector, but we realized that the impact is expanded to the general populace, so that we thought it prudent that in assisting the productive sector of this country, it would be prudent as well for us to target as well the individual landowners. And so, Madam Speaker, what this bill seeks to do is merely to roll out a program, a 1-month program, where the government will provide a relief on 25% of the land taxes owed by individual landowners and those in the productive sector, as well as a complete waiver of the interest. And so this is the idea behind this bill, Madam Speaker. And so as soon as we have had the opportunity to brainstorm all of the possibilities of making this a productive bill, a productive program, we will invite the general populace to apply for this particular program. Thank you, Madam.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Land Tax Act, Chapter 58 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to empower the minister to remit land tax where there is the spread of an infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Social Transformation, and Poverty Alleviation.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 62, I withdraw the Equal Opportunity Bill 2020.
Honorable members, the question is that the Equal Opportunities Bill 2020 be withdrawn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to provide the safe, secure, and peaceful uses of nuclear technology, for the establishment of a regulatory body for that purpose, to be known as the Radiation Safety and Security Office, and for matters connected there or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Natural Resources and Environment Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
A bill for an act to provide for the safe, secure, and peaceful use of nuclear technology, for the establishment of a regulatory body for that purpose, to be known as the Radiation Safety and Security Office, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motion relating to the business or sitting of the House.
I recognize the Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. Ayes have it.
By the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the Treasury Bills Amendment Number 2 Bill 2020 pass this day. As you are aware, under Standing Order Number 74, all proposed legislation messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred to the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. In order for this to be done, other than by suspension of the standing orders, I will suspend the sitting to enable Finance and Economic Development Committee to examine, consider, and report back to the House on the bill. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. This sitting is therefore suspended until the Finance and Economic Development Committee has concluded its business.
Presentation of report from Select Committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
I rise to lay on the table report number HR 284/1/12, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Treasury Bills Amendment number 2, Bill 2020.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Bill for second reading.
I recognize the Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Treasury Bills Act, Chapter 83 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to raise the principal sums represented by Treasury notes outstanding at any one time, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
That's it. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Treasury Bills Act, Chapter 83 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to raise the principal sums represented by the Treasury notes outstanding at any one time, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Treasury Bills Act, Chapter 83 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to raise the principal sum represented by Treasury note outstanding at any one time, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the whole House on Bill.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill that was read a second time. Members of the gallery are asked to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Bills for third reading.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I now move the third reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending the 31st day of March, 2021.
Honorable members, the question is that the bills for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2021 be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending 31st day of March 2021.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Treasury Bills Amendment number 2, Bill 2020, and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is the bill for an act to amend the Treasury Bills Act Chapter 83 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to raise the principal sums represented by Treasury notes outstanding at any one time, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Treasury Bills Act, Chapter 83 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition, to raise the principal sum represented by Treasury note outstanding at any one time, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do not adjourn.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I need to speak on a matter of national importance on the issue of BTL. Madam Speaker, there is an adage that says, never spit up in the air because it usually falls on your face. Now, Madam Speaker, on Monday, a number of people from the media were asking me for a comment on the situation at BTL, and I decided not to say anything yet. I decided instead that perhaps today would have been a good time for the Prime Minister to update the nation on what exactly is going on at Belize Telemedia and the allegations surrounding the chairman of the board. As you are well aware, the Prime Minister is always holding up the nationalization of BTL as the signature accomplishment of this UDP administration. The Prime Minister has used every occasion to say that he makes no excuse for paying over $500 million for Belize Telemedia. It was the very Prime Minister who said in this Honorable House on the 23rd of September 2016 that by 2030,
Honorable members, the opposition leader has the floor.
Yeah, who that by 2030, BTL will be earning $1 billion in profits. I mean, Google, a wonderful thing, you know, Madam Speaker. Okay, we'll get back everything that has been said and that is on record. On March 27, 2018, he came back to the House and announced that BTL will be making a total of not $1 billion, but $1.2 billion in profits by 2025. Yeah, 2 years ago. 2 years ago. In 2010, the government prepared BTL prospectus. You know, they used to be able to sell the shares. The government announced that by 2015, BTL would be earning $42 million per year. That was then. But this is the sad reality of BTL. In March of 2019, the profits available to shareholders was only $15 million. Remember, they said in 2010, by 2015, they'll be making $42 million. They only made $15 million. The equity value of BTL means what BTL worth, what it's worth. Was down in 2019. This is the audited statements of BTL. In effect, is stating that BTL is only worth $201 million from a value of $557 million that was paid for in 2016. By 2019, they're saying the value of the company is $201 million. In less than 3 years, BTL lost approximately $300 million in value. Now, hopefully, sometime this year, BTL will announce the profits for the 2019-2020 financial year. The financial year ends in March. And I have been reliably informed that BTL will announce profits of only around $10 million. $10 million. And maybe that's why they don't want to make the announcement as yet, but $10 million, that's all. And that is even before the pandemic of COVID-19 hit Belize. So quite likely at this time, Belize Telemedia could be losing money. I think what should be of interest to the workers of this country, the Belizean workers, is that the Prime Minister, in effect, forced, coerced, convinced, pick a word, Social Security to buy 10 million shares from BTL at $5 per share, which comes to a total of $50 million. The catch then was that invest $50 million and these shares will be worth $100 million. So I guess Social Security must say, well, this is a good deal. Instead, today, Madam Speaker, those shares are only worth $40 million. In effect, the workers of this country have already lost $10 million of their hard-earned money. After spending hundreds of millions of dollars, and again, the Prime Minister mentioned it in one House meeting, I'm going through the video, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars, they're saying that BTL is spending in capex, on cell phones, on equipment. They may mention that they may have 4G. Afterwards, they were embarrassed when an engineer came to Belize to give a presentation on 4G to point out, he says that what BTL may buy at 3.6G, not 4G. And we spend about $40 million per month, you know. And then so, with egg pan and face, they had to go and now finally buy another 4G system. I mean, they had this extravagant fiber optic line that they put across fiber to the home. Almost $100 million has been spent there. BTL became the grub tub of the UDP government and the UDP politicians. Anything that they do, they go to BTL and BTL pay for it. Any concert, the ambassador of music, or you call it, I think the ambassador for music would do, BTL help finance it. City Council, UDP City Council, and we had big bashment. And they bring some group, why name, I don't remember which group they may bring just before the election as an election gimmick. BTL sponsor it. Everything you could imagine, they have bled BTL. They have ripped off BTL, Madam Speaker. So that BTL has gone from being the signature accomplishment of the UDP to a bloody expensive white elephant. You know what I mean by white elephant? Really, they just pay a lot of money for something that you'll never get back your money. No matter what you do, how you add the numbers, how you try to cook the books, you will never get back your money. And that, Madam Speaker, sad part about that is that all of us in here, taxpayers, will end up paying all of that extravagance that has taken place at BTL. Not just for the record, I know that the first thing I want to tell me that that my family is involved with SpeedNet. Yes, my brother is involved, but they never take no money from government. They never get no development concession. They have to pay duties. So I come back, Madam Speaker, to, I think he's the former chairman, or I think he resigned yesterday, of BTL. I have no ill will against Mr. Net. Actually, Mr. Net and my late father, they were very good friends. So I knew Mr. Net from when I was very young. My father was, when he was a minister in government, gave Mr. Net his license for Channel 7, even though he knew that Mr. Net was a UDP. But with all that is happening at BTL, Madam Speaker, it is important that the Prime Minister come clean to this House and to the nation, because what we have found out now is that BTL is the new hotbed of corruption. I know the Prime Minister, when it's convenient to him, he says this company belongs to the people and to all of us, and when it's convenient to him, he come and say that our private company. Well, it's our money. We have given, this country, have signed on to the bank securing loans for BTL. We have loaned tens of millions of dollars to BTL. So, as members of this National Assembly, we have every right to be informed as to what is taking place at BTL. Madam Speaker, at a minimum, I think that we, or this country, we are demanding, one, that Mr. Vasquez resigns from all the other committees that he represents the UDP government. He is the chairman of the Investment Committee for the Social Security Board. He is a member of the Central Bank of Belize Board, and he is also a member of the Integrity Commission. Secondly, too, also that Ms. Audrey Wallace, the Prime Minister's Chief Executive Officer, and who is also the owner of Colorblind, a company that we're told is doing all the ads for BTL, is compromised. And she cannot be allowed to lead any investigation into the allegations against the chairman. And therefore, she must do what is right. She must remove herself from the inquiry. 3, that a commission of inquiry must be appointed forthwith to carry out a comprehensive, above-board investigation into the allegations of corruption and abuse at BTL. 4, that the Prime Minister calls for a forensic audit starting way back in 2009 and report its findings to the Belizean people. 5, Madam Speaker, Prime Minister has been boasting about all the money that BTL has been making. That maybe he can tell us in this honorable house how much dividends for the past 3 years has been declared by BTL for the government of Belize, and of the amount that has been declared, how much has been actually paid to the government. Because I understand that they are in such a bad shape that they can't even pay their dividends to the government. And that has been confirmed by the chairman, by the CEO of BTL. No one, certainly not me, but no one is happy to hear that Telemedia, a Belizean-owned company, is investigating its former chairman of the board over the misuse of the company's credit card. But this, Madam Speaker, this investigation of the chairman is just scratching the surface of the rank corruption and abuse taking place at BTL. That is only the tip of the iceberg. Because there's a princely person who has done some very, very bad things at BTL, from kickbacks for the purchase of phones to the purchase of equipment valued in the millions of dollars. Madam Speaker, BTL is just but an example of the rank corruption that exists under this UDP government. The moral of the story, Madam Speaker, is that you need to be careful how you spit up in the air, because the spit is falling on the Prime Minister's face, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, let's finish this up, man. It's like torture, they're cut by 1,000, death by 1,000 cuts, leave it. Just finish it, Mr. Prime Minister. Just go, call the elections. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That old, you said adage, let me pronounce it properly for you. That old adage that you mustn't get high on your own supply is what I think is applicable to you in these circumstances. First of all, you all, I don't know whether you personally were the moving hand behind it, but the opposition came out first with this report as to the ex-chairman of BTL and allegations concerning credit card abuse. You, by way of the post, the Facebook post that was circulated, said that I had commissioned an investigation to be led by Audrey Wallace. You see, you talk about spit up in the sky, come back in your face. There is no investigation being led by Audrey Wallace. So you manufacture a lie, you put it out there as the truth, it is easily exposed, but before the facts expose you, you repeat the lie, you perpetrate the lie. Where is your evidence that Audrey Wallace is leading any investigation into these allegations as to credit card abuse? Where is your evidence? Where did you see that? Where did you hear that? Who confirmed that to you? That, sir, is not true. So please, get your facts right. Then it is admitted that there are allegations concerning the abuse of the credit card by Mr. Vasquez. He's resigned. He's made no admission with respect to the allegations. BTL as a company has put out an official statement, which is what is to guide you, not the scuttlebutt and not the propaganda that's self-manufactured. You listen to the official declarations made by BTL, and the press release said that, in fact, a thoroughgoing investigation was being launched. I repeat to you again, that investigation is not going to be headed by Audrey Wallace. I don't know why you bring in Audrey Wallace and talk about colorblind, and colorblind is doing all the advertisement for BTL. Again, that's utterly false. That's and you're maligning Audrey, and well, I don't know that you were ever considered a gentleman or that you ever laid claim to chivalry, but you attack this lady in this fashion. She's not present in this house to defend herself. I say shame on you. Generally, you claim that because of these allegations confined to the use, abuse perhaps, of a corporate credit card by the ex-director, that BTL is a hotbed of corruption. You point me to any other incident, any other allegation that would sustain that. This is a single issue matter. It is, of course, for us extremely regrettable that it involves these allegations against Net Vasquez, who, whatever might be the true position, and we will get to the true position because it is a fact that this government, as the principal shareholder in BTL, will act as it always does and ensure that there is a true, proper, and absolutely transparent investigation into the allegations. But just the fact of the allegations having been made, we on this side of the house are absolutely saddened. Net Vasquez, all his professional life, has been known to be a complete straight arrow. And in terms of his long chairmanship of BTL, under that chairmanship, I don't care what you say, and I'll read out the record for you so that, again, you might be guided by facts. This is the second time you'll have to go to school today. Minister of Education did it with respect to the 7 million. I will do it now in terms of BTL. Under Net Vasquez's long chairmanship, that company has done extremely well. How can you say the company is worthless? This is it's something we've saddled the Belizean public with. People have lost their money. SSB put in 50 million or whatever. When you conceded, you might argue that the profits that BTL has made in any particular year might not have been as much as I certainly anticipated, but you have conceded every single year since nationalization, BTL has made a substantial profit. And SSB, how can you say SSB has lost its money? SSB has been paid its dividends every single year since making their investment in BTL. What are you talking about? No, man. What are you talking about? The fact is that the company is a profitable company and it has recorded a profit every single year of its existence as a nationalized company. Now, sir, let me go back, and you're not a person of truth. Let me go back to the larger issue, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. Not only has BTL not heretofore been troubled by any single allegation of wrongdoing. BTL, apart from making money for its shareholders, has been an outstanding corporate citizen. You talk about BTL assisting the Belize City Council when it was under a UDP administration. I have no doubt that that is so. But again, in a public fashion, and what is wrong with that? BTL, you know the number of scholarships BTL gives every year. BTL helps exactly 500. I'm going to read out for you some of the facts, but the leader-elect has in fact already foreshadowed it. The assistance BTL has given to education throughout this country is unparalleled. Never happened until nationalization took place. And I repeat, not only has this company made money and except, God forbid, you were to win and try to reverse the nationalization, it will continue to do so until kingdom come. In this fast-moving world of telecommunications, BTL has not only been able to keep its head above water, BTL has been able to make unprecedented record advances. And this company is ours. You will never get us to fly in the face of the facts and to try to, as it were, retreat from what remains our bedrock position. The nationalization of BTL, the nationalization of BL, those are signature accomplishments of this United Democratic Party. You talk about licenses and the giving of licenses, and you, as you are obliged to do every time, you concede what you call your families. I think it's your interest in SpeedNet. When SpeedNet obtained that telecommunications license, it was at a time when the law provided for a BTL monopoly. You gave yourself and your family via SpeedNet that license to operate, not the PUC as such. That is self-interest. That is corruption. Notwithstanding the law, you found a way to give the operating license for a telecommunications company, SpeedNet, in which you and your family were invested, and which, as the law then stood, ought never to have been given that license. So when you want to talk about any kind of corruption in telecommunications, you need indeed to look in the mirror, and you need to go and examine what the objective record is vis-a-vis SpeedNet. No, sir. Man, listen to me. You want to go over again what we paid for BTL? What we paid for BTL, when we nationalized BTL, we knew that we would have to pay compensation. The amount that was paid is not we decided out of any generosity to give the previous owners. It is the amount that was determined by the arbitration tribunal. And so, if you want to say that the value fixed on the compensation by that international tribunal was exaggerated, you're free to do so. But remember that what the tribunal fixed as the compensation due to the previous owners was not even a half of what the previous owners were claiming. You turn around and you say that we overpaid. But when we satisfied that compensation as determined by an international tribunal, by the reckoning of the previous owners, we did not overpay at all. We underpaid. The previous owners screamed bloody murder. Their lamentations were repeated over and over. They troubled deaf heaven with their bootless cries. But they, in terms of what they said BTL was valued, didn't just pull a figure out of a hat. They got the best, the most prestigious international accounting and forensic firm in the world. And they showed how they had arrived at the value of BTL for which they were claiming. How will you turn around then and say we overpaid? But it doesn't matter. You can holler until the cows come home. Our take Kohala Rome and Jerome. John Paul. We will continue to insist this company that is now for the Belizean people until kingdom come, and which has made a profit every single year, represents one of the high points of this current United Democratic Party government. Now, sir, when you want to talk about scandal and corruption at BTL, please bring some evidence. I repeat again that this is the single incident, and we must wait until the investigation is over to know the full truth and exactly what happened. But this is a single incident that can possibly mar BTL's record. What you are to consider is that in addition to making a profit every year, even with the COVID pandemic, BTL has not laid off a single soul, you know. BTL is one of the largest employers in the country. But because it is now operating in a way where it is not just the financial bottom line, but the social bottom line that is part of the equation, BTL, during the extended crisis of this lockdown and the fact that revenues have fallen for everybody, BTL has not laid off a single soul. Madam Speaker, this same BTL about which he now complains, let me highlight some of the accomplishments of the nationalized BTL. On January the 12th, 2016, BTL signed an MOU with SJCJC. That's why when the Minister of Education told you, you check the records. You check your change with respect to education and BTL's partnership. January 12, 2016, signed this MOU with SJCJC, committing to the sum of $250,000 in the first instance to introduce the first ever associate degree program in computer networking with an emphasis in IP technology. BTL paid to charter that groundbreaking course at SJCJC. Prepaid data revenues growth of 134% in that year. That was when it embarked on the project to replace all major network components with the assistance of Huawei at a cost indeed of $100 million over 4 years, which BTL and Huawei and any financial institution with which BTL was dealing knew was eminently sustainable. expansion of the Internet to Schools program to include 279 institutions. That's what the nationalized BTL has done for this country. And then 2016, 2017, construction, you don't care. You can try to find fault with it. It certainly left SpeedNet way behind eating its dust. BTL, that is. 2016, 2017, construction of the brand new countrywide 4G LTE advanced mobile network. That was then the first of its kind in Central America. When we took over BTL, you remember where BTL was? In terms of things like internet speed and effective, they were at the bottom of the barrel in this region. They were the second worst. Only Haiti was as bad or perhaps even worse than BTL. So talk about the fact BTL kept slashing the high-speed internet prices. BTL partnered with Huawei on this $17 million investment for the submarine evolution underwater link that would connect Ambergris Key to the fiber network. These are hard facts, Mr. Leader of the opposition. These are stellar accomplishments, and they all took place under the nationalized Belize Telemedia Limited. 2017, 2018. Talk about the completion in June of 2017 of the strategic evolution undersea link. That is the subsea fiber project that successfully connected San Pedro to the fiber network on time and on budget. You know what that did for San Pedro? The capital of Belizean tourism? It was BTL that connected them with fiber optic, and they were the first locality, the first area of the country to get it, helping, of course, to boost tourism by ensuring that the stakeholders and the visitors had a first-class system, telecommunication systems, a system to serve them. And then, 2018, 2019, as you know, 2,000 kilometers of fiber deployed countrywide, with almost 40% homes connected from the total homes passed. DigiNet now covers 80% of the entire country. One of the few nations in this region that can make that. And I want to ask you how much SpeedNet connect, because I think we waste time. We don't send a boy to do a man's job, so make we leave SpeedNet alone. We continue to get, BTL continues to get new customers, 33,000 with DigiNet alone. And then again, the Internet for Schools was revamped with additional free gifting of greater capacity to all schools on the program, the 270 odd of them that I have already noted. And again, BTL boasts of the fact that it has annually supported local sports, music, culture, and ICT. 25 scholars on the new DigiNet program. Madam Speaker, the list goes on. The increase, Digi has become such a well-known brand that in the country, people might be forgiven for thinking there is only one telecommunications company. Increase the speed for over 200 schools on the Internet for Schools program to 500, that's right, from 130, 500 megabytes. There you go, just in 2016, the max speeds for most schools was 16 megabytes, which now saw a 30-fold increase in speeds. It reported or repeated back-to-back increase to record its largest gross revenue in the history of the company. From time immemorial, largest gross revenue at 165 billion. If the profits were not what I anticipated, although profit there has been everywhere, it's because of the huge investment, the CapEx program, the huge investment that the company since nationalization has put back in to enable Belize to boast now of one of the best systems in the region, one of the best systems in the hemisphere. Now, let's break it down. BTL has the third fastest broadband speeds in the entire region. You know, let's talk about CARICOM, you know, Central America, CARICOM, the entire region. The third fastest broadband speed when in 2015, and when the nationalization, what the nationalization inherited was a position in which BTL was in the bottom 3. In a few short years, BTL turned this completely around and now ends up in the top 3. The DigiLearn program that they're entered into with the Ministry of Education, already benefiting 8 high schools, 3,000 teachers and students, and you know that there's far more to come, especially since we've been obliged to accelerate things given the COVID situation and the need for internet learning in secondary schools. So my friend, wait and see what the inquiry into the allegations against Ned Vasquez as director will reveal, and then we talk again. But in the meantime, do not, one swallow does not a summer make, man. Do not try to exploit the misfortune of Ned Vasquez in a way as to throw shade on the entire company. I repeat, Madam Speaker, that as is usual with this government, we'll ensure that a full report is given to the nation once the inquiry that's already starting has been concluded. An inquiry that will, of course, employ the services of proper auditors, forensic auditors, so that we know precisely what is what. But recollect again, Madam Speaker, nobody is trying to sweep anything under the rug. Nobody is trying to cover over anything. But the fact is, what you're talking about is limited to this question of the allegation of credit card abuse by the ex-chairman, who has now done the decent thing, the proper thing, recognizing what this UDP government always tries to stand for, and who has resigned. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To talk about a matter of national concern in my constituency. 2 weeks ago, we had a threat from a tropical storm, Nana, and it landed in my constituency as a minimum hurricane. It affects between Silvergrass and Riversdale. Not much damage was done, but it scared the people in the region because the wind that they got was very strong. Thank God it did not last for a long period. But despite that, it has some serious effects on the banana industry, and those small farmers who plant corn, beans, and any other cash crops. And I'm hoping that the Ministry of Agriculture can take these damages into effect. I know NEMO went down already and do their assessments. I'm hoping that there should be some quick response, because small farmers and likewise the banana industry is hurting. I know there was $12 million, I think, from the World Bank to assist farmers, particularly in the north. I hope some consideration can be given to the farmers in the south because they also need the relief. Those whose house was damaged, it was a minimum amount, maybe less than 75 homes, and I think NEMO responded very quickly. Whatever the case you want to say, it's government money. You care at Dangriga. You don't care at my villages there. So, Madam Speaker, yes, the response was fairly okay. Those roofs were replaced and repaired, and we want to give thanks to the Almighty that we were spared of the ravages of a hurricane. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member from Kaya Northeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on an issue of national importance, and it has to do, Madam Speaker, with the continued rampant corruption in the Ministry of Natural Resources, particularly the Lands Department. Madam Speaker, where we still see problems encountered by various landowners in regards to obtaining their titles, in regards to renewing their leases for their lands, Madam Speaker. And this is an ongoing problem, Madam Speaker, for years. And it is, as my colleague says, all over. Initially in 2008, immediately after the elections, they said, well, the lands were on hold and so people couldn't pay their taxes. Today we understand that some of those have been released, but still there are some people who cannot pay their taxes, and because they did not pay their taxes, they do not get their leases renewed. Of course, we know that this was all something that was engineered as part of the corruption, and that is why the Prime Minister some years ago had to intervene, because there were elements within the Ministry of Natural Resources that would look at these poor people who had their lands their leases almost to expire, and who jumped upon these opportunities to see those people who did not pay their taxes, not because they didn't want, because as they said, they couldn't pay, because their monies were not collected, and then these lands were taken away and given to the UDP cronies. I can recall this lady from Billy White, 64-year-old widow, Miss Cowell, who had to tell the lands officer that she didn't pay because you did not accept my monies when I came. Not once or twice, but several times. And when she was told that if she wanted to renew it, she had to go to John August to get a recommendation. And she said, Orlando Habet is my area representative in Cairo Northeast, not John August, and you'll accept what I take in. And those are the kind of women we like when they stand up to these public officers, Madam Speaker. It will soon be over. For you guys, it will soon be over. Madam Speaker, this is something coming from the UDP, Madam Speaker, where UDP party officials not only have to recommend lands and give away lands in all parts of the country, but they spend government money, and they are not elected representatives. They spend money during the Christmas cheer. A few years ago, when government gave them money for Mother's Day programs, school assistance, Madam Speaker, and they even get more than the opposition gets. A lot more.
Please make it stick to the subject matter. Please.
You will have your turn, sir.
Honourable Member, yes. Just proceed, and you have an issue of
Speaker,
national importance, so you have to focus just on what you got up to speak on, please.
Why is it, Madam Speaker, an application for purchase has to take 2 years to process? Multiple visits to the department just for you to be told that it has 5 more, and it's awaiting 4 more, and it's awaiting 3 more processes, and that each process apparently takes 6 months or more. Madam Speaker, families approach us saying that their father, their parents want to give them a parcel of their land, so they request, Madam Speaker, for subdivision of their properties. And the only response they get after 2 or 3 years is that the LUA is still looking at it. And sometimes the parents die and they don't get the land to be subdivided. But yet, Madam Speaker, when it is convenient for the department, some things don't take long, you know. It happens in a moment span. Like plan entry number 13667 for 206 lots, my friend, from a Burgers Key. Parcel number 13970 for 148 lots, which were both done within 2 days, Madam Speaker, 2 days, not 2 years. Madam Speaker, the UDP manifesto of 2015 on page 33 reads, and I quote, and I have a copy here. I paraphrase some. During the next 5 years, the UDP will update subdivision guidelines, improve the application process, and reduce processing time. They should have said increase, because that's exactly what happened. They will strengthen the land registry and reduce the processing time for registering property. Again, they said reduce. I don't know what they don't know what the word reduce means. They will reduce political interference in land administration. Well, Madam Speaker, that is something that we will never see because it will be out and it will never happen. They will institute greater due diligence on transactions, thereby preventing future costly court cases. Remember that? And resolving land conflicts to protect legitimate landowners from fraudulent land dealings. Well, we know a lot about that. And some monies that were assigned and even to date have not been returned to government. And very important for the lands department to strengthen, they said, the survey board and regulate the survey profession to ensure professionalism and integrity. But these UDP promises were just that, promises that would never be fulfilled. Madam Speaker, there is a saying by Euripides Orestes that says, when one with honey-eyed words but evil mind persuades the mob, great woes befall the state. But let me turn, Madam Speaker, to the manifesto promise of strengthening the survey board. I have a few letters here, Madam Speaker, letters directed to the Commissioner of Lands. And they say to the Commissioner, outlining various concerns by the Association of Land Surveyors. And they state in the 5th December letter 2019 that one of the concerns are the non-existence of a legally constituted land surveyors board. The current method of awarding government contracts for land surveying, the authentication of cadastral surveys, and the proposed amendment to the Land Surveyors Act, an act that was presented way back in December of 2007, and 12 years later, it has not come to this House, and it has not been approved, or it hasn't gone to Cabinet. Madam Speaker, the accusations in these documents are damning. To start with, it states that the Commissioner, who is the chairman of the Surveyors Board, has only met once per year up to the year 2016. That the board has only met once, and that the board has a life of 2 years. That means to say, after 2 years, the minister has to appoint another set board of directors. And that, Madam Speaker, the last appointment letters, I believe that was under Minister Retreat, was sent on the 15th September 2016, but the first and last meeting of that board was in February of 2017, 5 months after the appointment. And one of the letters here sent by the Commissioner back to the Surveyors Board apologizing for the late first meeting, 5 months after they received their letters of appointment. Madam Speaker, so that board's life has expired and a new one has not been appointed, and we are ending the year 2020. Yet Section 5G of the Land Surveyors Act says, it shall be the duty of the board to advise the minister on matters connected with land surveying and the advancement of the study and practice of land surveying in Belize. Madam Speaker, the letter continues with many more accusations. It speaks, Madam Speaker, of government contracts. It states that in 2011, there is a pernicious way of directing contracts to a particular survey technician. Not surveyor, technician. This technician is also a full-time employee of the mapping section. And the letter states that this goes against the rules of the public service and hints to the evasion of taxes.
Honorable Member, I just want a clarification. Which letter are you referring to again?
Madam Speaker.
Yes, we don't know. We don't know what
Speaker,
you're talking about.
The letter is a letter directed to Wilbur Vallejos, Commissioner of Lands and Surveys, Chairman of the Land Surveyors Board, Lands and Surveys Department, on the 5th December 2019 by the Association of Land Surveyors in Belize. Furthermore, it states, Madam Speaker, that the association has evidence of subdivision surveys in San Pedro. Over the period 2011 to February
are you reading the
2018.
whole thing, or I notice you're reading? Try to break it up a little bit for us, please.
No problem, Madam Speaker. What I'm getting at, Madam Speaker, is to come back. You don't want to hear the truth. Pay for the one. Madam Speaker, the letter informs the Commissioner of several entries, Madam Speaker, many of them in San Pedro. Some of the works which cost, and it says over $280,000, and given to survey technicians. But the accusations don't end there, you know. It gets more interesting. It says that the issuing of survey contracts has evolved even further. That no members of staff of the department get contracts. Not even technicians, you know. They went from surveyors to technicians, and now not even technicians, but members of staff. They are now indirectly awarded contracts to do surveys, particularly in the north of the country, the letter says, specifically in Corozal North. And it says, and that awardees are not surveyors or survey technicians. Yet it states that there are 2 registered and licensed surveyors in the Corozal district, but they don't get it. It goes to cronies within the department. Madam Speaker, this letter continues by saying that this practice by the department, and I will quote, with your permission, has breeded a culture of corruption, often resulting in incorrect or fabricated surveys. Surveys done in the office with no work in the field. Listen, they are bench desk surveyors. Desk surveyors. An example they point out to the Commissioner is that plan entry number 15236, registration number 7. You see, that is what should be done, but that is not what is being done. Wait, it continues. It continues.
Try not to read, please.
It states, Madam Speaker, under cadastral surveys, Madam Speaker, it states that another area is seriously needed to be addressed is one of many incorrect and fabricated surveys. In this area, they state that the department staff who are given these contracts tend to work on their own private surveys and neglect the work of the department for which they are being paid for by public monies, because they have to have time within the department time to work on their private surveys for which they have been paid for, even though they are public officers and getting paid by the public purse. Imagine. It talks about data sharing, Madam Speaker, meaning that they have access to data which they shouldn't have access to, and that even they're selling some of that data. Talks of false surveys, Madam Speaker. And this one is really damning because it says, here's a letter from the surveyors directly point out to the Commissioner that plan entry number 15236 containing 25 acres, which is situated in the north part of the Hummingbird Highway, and whose owner, Madam Speaker.
I hope you're not calling names.
haven't called any, Madam Speaker, and I'm not going to call any names.
You get in mind, this house always gets into trouble calling names.
Madam Speaker, I haven't called one single name.
Okay.
I haven't called one single
Okay.
name. It says, Madam Speaker, that on the north side of Hummingbird Highway and whose owner engaged the services of a licensed surveyor to locate a said parcel, later found out that the land in question, which was authenticated by the commissioner himself. Imagine, the commissioner authenticated this plan, but they found out, the surveyor that was hired to locate the plan found out that this parcel of land was never surveyed. So the owner had to go back to pay additional fees to get the plan surveyed, the lot surveyed. Madam Speaker, the letter talks a lot about politicizing the area of surveying, Madam Speaker, and I think we spoke this morning a little bit when I stood up to give my comments on the appropriation bill, Madam Speaker, because what the letter is actually saying is that there's a lot of corruption within the lands department, that people who are not surveyors are getting contracts to do surveys, that it doesn't have, that they give it to technicians, and that they went as far as saying that even members of staff, and then they contract out people who are surveyors looking for them to get the lowest bidder. Madam Speaker, this is out of order. You know, Madam Speaker, that nobody can practice medicine in this country if they don't go through the medical and dental board or association, because they will not get a license to practice medicine. And so are the members who are members of the board of engineers. They cannot. I can recall, Madam Speaker, after coming back from school, I wanted to join the veterinary association, and I applied because I was asked to join, and I paid my fees. But when the veterinary association board saw my application, they said, yes, you are trained in animal science, but you are not a trained veterinarian, so I was not accepted because I am not a trained veterinarian. That is why laymen like me and you should not be able to get contracts to do surveys. Neither can you, and neither should you. It is onerous, Madam Speaker, upon the Lands Department to listen to the Surveyors Association, that the Commissioner act upon the association's request to establish the new board so that they can do what the Act directs them to do, what their role should be to advise the Minister of Lands, Madam Speaker. I end, Madam Speaker, with this. There is no more dangerous menace to civilization than a government of incompetent, corrupt, or vile men. That was by Ludwig von Mises. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister, Curzon North.
Madam Speaker, I think the member from...
we have the minister has the mic, honorable member.
But a number of issues. If I may start with the issue of the expired leases, the issue of people not being able to, the time it takes for an application from its initial acceptance at reception to getting the approval. First of all, Madam Speaker, I will admit that the system itself has flaws. The national that was introduced back in 2007, and at the time, Madam Speaker, it had a capacity that it could actually produce and do so in a timely manner. That capacity, Madam Speaker, has actually doubled over time. And so one of the issues that we have had is the issue of how fast the system can move. That in itself is one of the major contributors for the long processing of documents. We have gotten funds. The actual improvement in the IT system has actually allowed for us to see improvements in processing. I can report today that last year we processed 13,000 instruments. When you look at the data from 2007, No other minister of lands had processed that volume of instruments. It doesn't mean that it ends there. It means that there is a number of things that need to be addressed. First of all, when we look at why it is that people cannot pay whenever they go and pay for their taxes, particularly with leased land, it means simply that whenever a lease is expired, the system automatically locks that account so that the leaseholder is not able to pay. What we have done under this administration is that we have given each and every landowner, a leaseholder, the opportunity to apply directly for a purchase if he or she wants. This is something that was not done in the past. What was done in the past is that you had to renew the lease, then you apply for a purchase. Anybody could go in at the lands department so long as you had a document and apply for a purchase, member. The mere fact that you might have issues with a number of people can only mean to me that there are issues with the land. It means that there is more than one claimant to a particular land, and that is one of the reasons that the actual application cannot go through. And what I would suggest to you, member, is do like your other colleagues. Just get in touch with us, we'll look at the issues, and we get them solved. There are a number of your colleagues who would call us and tell us, look, I have an issue with X person, and we get the issue solved. I wish I could have solved all the issues, but Madam Speaker, it takes time and it takes a lot of energy for us to get through the applications. And I think the major issue that the member brought about was the issue of surveyors, the issue of how it is that we award contracts. Madam Speaker, if you were to ask me, and if I had the authority to actually award contracts, I would tell you one simple thing, here and now. I would pay surveyors who actually get the job done. Remember, if you were to actually go to the real estate people, if you were to actually go to those people who work directly with real estate, you would find that there are a number of surveyors who have the infamous name of collecting money and not delivering on the actual services. And these are the complaints that come to us. People who actually pay for surveys, the surveyors take the money, and then they are not able to get the authenticated plans. They are not able to get those parcels mutated, and as a consequence, that actual subdivision is not being able to get completed. And so over time, the ministry has called the attention of these surveyors, but Madam Speaker, on many occasions to no avail. So what the ministry has actually done over time is that we have a data of which surveyors are the ones that actually get the job done on a timely manner, and which are those that are actually delinquent. So that if you look at who all have gotten surveys, Madam Speaker, it is those surveyors that actually get the job done. I am certain that the ministry has followed what has to be followed in terms of issuing the contracts, but the bottom line is this. If you as a surveyor are able to get the job done, then those are the people that actually get the contract. We're speaking for government contracts, and I'm speaking as well for people who go to the surveyors privately. And so when you look at who is able to produce, Madam Speaker, these are actually the surveyors that are getting the contracts. It is not that it happens automatically. It means that the ministry has data of who all can get the job done, and on the basis of that, they ask for bids. Bids are submitted to us, and eventually those are issued out on the basis of who best comes up with a price. And this is the practice that the ministry has actually done. In terms of the appointments of the board of surveyors, that is something that I can easily address. It doesn't mean that we are delinquent in any way, Madam Speaker, but it means that given the volume of transactions that are happening, we have had to adapt the system for us to enable a number of measures to be taken for us to meet the demand. I will speak to you on a number of things. One, surveying, and the other one, the issue of national estate land. The issue of contracts and the issue of surveys has a lot of work to do in terms of the capacity of the ministry to produce. There is a huge demand for private transfers, for private subdivisions, Madam Speaker, and so the staff has had to adapt ways in order for us to get those through, and at the same time to take care of the needs that we have as a country. So that when we look at the demands, member, we have to consider that the staff is practically doing overtime work to get the job done for those in the private sector and as well for those in government. So that when you look at what is going on, it is actually a system that we are practically overhauling to get the job done. Remember, and lastly, in terms of recommendations, you know, whenever an application is sent to my office, once the file is a completed file, once all the checks and balances have been done, anybody can recommend. It doesn't necessarily have to be from any politician. We have accepted applications, recommendations from village councils. We have accepted applications from a number of area reps, and we have accepted generally. And if you were to look at the amount of instruments that we have signed, Madam Speaker, if I were to have actually gone physically to the file and tried to find a recommendation, there is nowhere in the world that I would have been able to complete those 13,000 applications. So it means that once the application is complete, it is good to go. I don't think that at this point in time, we have to actually look at a recommendation. So long as there is development in the land, so long as the people are paying their land taxes, then the application is good to go. Our commitment is to make sure that so long as people are compliant, they are to get their land documents. And this is the commitment that this administration has with the people of Belize. So I don't understand, member, when you come here and indicating that we are doing things out of the way. As I have indicated, if there is any particular issue that you might have on any particular constituent, just let us know, and so long as there is no dispute, then we can assist. If there are disputes in any particular parcel of land, remember, it is not the onus on the department to solve that issue. If you have an issue, particularly with family members, please send them to court, have the court decide, and have that decision handed over to us, and then we will honor the decision of court. So that is the simple fact of how lands are transacted in this particular department. So that when you look at what we have done, Madam Speaker, the layman, the layperson out there, the man and woman out there are actually getting their documents without having to go to any political officer, to any political operative. All you have to do is go in at the lands department, apply for your land. One thing I will tell you is that whenever you go to the lands department for any particular person, you make sure that you get a receipt of instrument, a proof of your application. Because what happened in the past is that whenever somebody made an application, that file was kept somewhere along the way. Many times when that person went back to the department, what was told to the people, look, it's at the minister's desk, when the file was actually somewhere. What we have done is to make sure that any application that comes to the department and is accepted, that person is given a receipt. In the case of national land, you get a national estate number. In the case of registry, you get a land registration section number, so that number is your identification number. And on the basis of that number, we can track down where that application is. The system has now been modified, Madam Speaker, that it's easy for us to find out where an application is. So that, member, whenever you have an issue, there is no need for us to be just pumping here, just call us and let us know, and we are here to assist. That's all, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Madam Speaker,
Member from KSL.
I rise to speak on a matter of national importance, and with your permission, Madam Speaker, I'd like to refer to my notes. But I'd just like to clarify something for myself. The minister spoke eloquently about recommendations, and I have records, Madam Speaker, where I have sent in recommendations requested from my constituents, and it has been rejected by your ministry.
You can't do that.
Sit down, young man.
You can't do that. You just stop or follow the standing orders. You can't do that.
Honorable member, just proceed with your
No, I just wanted to clarify. We have documented facts that they don't accept the recommendations from the duly elected representatives on the opposition side. And I think he needs to clarify
with your
that.
substantive presentation. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm speaking as the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee and as a citizen of Belize. I have been monitoring this award of a contract given to Brad's Gaming Company, Madam Speaker, and I did some investigation to be able to try to convince myself why is it that this contract was given exclusively to Brad's. We are aware that the Belize, the National Olympic Committee had made a proposal. I think somebody from scratch had made a proposal and they were rejected. So it's a contract that they had before, and the contract was recently renewed exclusively. So I went and I did some investigation as to who are the shareholders of Brad's Gaming Company before the contract was awarded. It came out that there is a company called Goodley Limited, which is registered in St. Lucia, Madam Speaker, that has 6,000 shares in this company. And there's another shareholder with 4,000 shares called Kim Wai Chi, and that person resides at the Farmers Market in Belize City, Madam Speaker. So, looking at how the companies work, Goodley is majority shareholder before the contract was awarded. Why am I concerned, Madam Speaker? It is important that when these contracts given, especially when they are exclusive contracts, that we be aware as to who are the shareholders. And if this Goodley Limited is registered in St. Lucia, Madam Speaker, then the Prime Minister needs to answer to us, who are the shareholders of Goodley Limited? We would also like to know, Madam Speaker, who are the directors of Goodley Limited? With that said, Madam Speaker, we want to know what is the relationship between Goodley Limited and Quick Stop Personal Finance Center Limited, Madam Speaker. We would like to know what is the relationship between Goodley Limited and Creative Content Limited, Madam Speaker. We would like to know what is the relationship between Goodley Limited and Prudential Management Firm, Madam Speaker. And lastly, Madam Speaker, we would like to know what is the relationship between Goodley Limited and Gregory Maurice Anwar Barrow. So I went further, Madam Speaker, and we started to dig up the paper trail.
Remember, I just said it today. When you call names in this house, it starts a series of
Okay, well, the last person, the Gregory, I won't call his name again. I'll refer to him as the Prince of Bel-Air.
Yes,
Did we not have a full debate on the Brad's contract when it was raised by the member for Lake Independence? Is it not out of order to?
This is not a debate.
Contents of speeches.
But this is not. This is on the adjournment.
Sir,
and it's a concern at the chairman and the public affairs
let me
committee.
make my application.
Madam Speaker, he is rising because I'm speaking of the Prince of Bel-Air. And he doesn't want the truth to be revealed. We have the facts.
Please don't shout. Please don't shout. You have this podium.
Thank you,
Just a
Thank you
minute.
very
Just a minute, though. I need to hear what the Prime Minister is saying.
I am, in fact, Madam Speaker, objecting to his reviving a matter that we debated. What you call, if somebody raises this and
formally debated in the House.
Sir, I'm making my application to Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Following the paper trail, we would like to know, Madam Speaker, what is the relationship between the Prince of Bel-Air and Quick Stop Personal Finance Center Limited? We would also like to know what is the relationship between the Prince of Bel-Air and Creative Content Limited. We want to know what is the relationship between the Prince of Bel-Air and Prudential Management Firm. Possible answers, Madam Speaker, on these questions can be that there is a relationship.
You try not. I don't understand where you're going with this
Well, you'll
presentation.
understand pretty soon, Madam Speaker. There are two options. There can be absolutely no relationship, and if that's the case, the Prime Minister can confirm. If there is no relationship, then that's fine.
Honestly, it doesn't.
I'm very sorry.
It's really
This Brad's
out of order.
contract went to the Contractor General after going through a full process by the lotteries committee. It was dealt with here. That, as far as I'm concerned, that matter is concluded. How are you going to be using? I did not, Madam Speaker. I did my duty in terms of bringing the report to the House of the certification of the Contractor General. This is outrageous to revive that and then to be asking questions about shareholders. How would I know? I was not part of the tenders committee and I am not working at the Contractor General's office.
What is the Prime Minister's point of order, Madam Speaker?
The Prime Minister to know who owns this offshore company that have 60% control over the Belize contract. They get 10 years exclusive plus another 10 years, 20 years, Madam Speaker. He should be able to tell us who are the beneficiaries of good leave.
I'm sorry, Honorable Opposition Leader.
Just let me finish with this, Madam Speaker. We have a responsibility in this House to answer to the Belizean people. The Contractor General may answer to the Prime Minister. We answer to the people of this country, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
But the questions are being asked. I'm wondering if nobody's obliged to give the answers because there are other instruments that can be used to access this information. So we have to keep things in a perspective.
It is a $500 million contract worth.
You were speaking. Give me a chance when I'm speaking, member, because I'm giving you the floor. I'm not taking the floor away from you. But if I'm speaking, give me the floor. And I'm saying that we need to be careful going down this road. You have the floor. Do not take, you asking questions. This is not, that has been dealt with before. I think you need to just make a point and move on, please.
I'll be very careful and delicate in continuing, Madam Speaker.
When you have the floor.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
So kindly
we need
work
confirmation.
with me on this
The country needs confirmation. Is it false or is it true that Goodly Limited paid One Stop Personal Finance $500,000 on November the 30th, 2018?
On a point of order, this is not a time for questions. This contract was handled by the Lotteries Tenders Committee.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I won't ask questions. I accept the Prime Minister's concern. I won't ask questions.
What you're doing is to be a complete and utter knave. You're trying in the form of fictitious questions that have no basis, no substance, no basis, to try and impugn the character of my son. If my son is involved in anything, you put it out there and you bring the facts to show that. You offer any connection that you can show, and I am certainly going
That's
to...
not a point of order, Madam Speaker,
Of course it is. This matter has been...
Madam Speaker, because he's Prime Minister doesn't give him any more right than any one of us. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On the 28th January 2019, Goodly Limited paid Creative Content $417,000, Madam Speaker. On the 31st of March 2020, Goodly paid to Prudential Management, Madam Speaker, $1 million, Madam Speaker.
So where are we
and made
going?
another transfer of $100,000, Madam Speaker, on April the 21st, 2028. If the Prime Minister does not want me to ask the question, then I'm merely making a statement, and if he believes that my statement is erroneous, then he can correct it.
So then you're finished with your statements now?
Not finished, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, on a
Madam
point
Speaker.
of order again.
There's a point of order, Honorable.
This is a matter that was dealt with by the Lotteries Tender Committee and by the Contractor General, who would have examined the contract, and if the member has questions, he ought to direct those questions to the Contractor General. The Contractor General approved the contract in consonance with the standing orders. I brought the report here of the contractor's approval. How are we going to go over this? And there was a debate or a back and forth on that. How are
There
we
wasn't,
going to
Madam Speaker, there
this
wasn't.
And for him to be saying things
Madam Speaker,
that are... Madam Speaker.
You are the chair. There was not a debate.
I am the chair, just a minute.
Madam Speaker, he's making all these, what he claims now are declarations of fact. Where is the evidence of that? And is this not... Right, where is the evidence of that? just to get up and say on such and such a date so and so happened. And this is with respect to a contract that has been dealt with under law by the contractor general, come to this house and in effect approved by the house. You can't revive this now.
Yeah,
Madam Speaker, if he
I,
has nothing,
you know,
if he
I will take that guidance, you know,
Yes,
Honorable Member of Kayo
if
South.
he, the Prime Minister of Belize, does not have anything to hide, he would not be trying to
No,
defend this
but
as if it were a court. So,
Um,
Madam Speaker, on the same day that Goodwill deposited $1 million to
Honorable
Prudential
Member,
Management,
I think you need to wrap that up.
Prudential Management
No,
deposited
no,
into
no.
the account of the Prince of Bel-Air the same $1 million
Honorable
on the same day.
Member from Kayo South, that is not where this should be going.
Where should it be going, Madam Speaker?
I don't think, and I'm
They
not
need a
going to
pass
allow
out
it
of jail, that's
because
what they need
it
to
is
get?
very
Is it a
strange
pass that they are
because
getting?
you have that opportunity outside of this to
No,
get all
this
that
is the place
information.
where we can speak.
And you cannot, you can
This is
speak
the
it, but
only
there are no
place, Madam Speaker.
honorable member.
Madam Speaker,
It is a
$500 million merits that we find out the truth.
Guess we are not listening, member. Do you want to wrap that up, or
I will wrap it up, Madam
I think
Speaker.
you need to take your
I will
seat.
wrap it up. I will wrap it up. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister got up and tried to insult our party leader and making this big issue about BTL being so great and so transparent and so accountable. I'm giving reference to something that was said a couple minutes ago, where his Prince of Bel-Air was the CEO. If you think what the party leader brought up about the gentleman he spoke of is anything, Madam Speaker, they will not sleep after this election, I guarantee you, because all of this information will come out. It has to come out. And documentation, you want, Prime Minister? Our attorneys are in, they have the documentation.
Honorable
They will
Member.
disclose the documentation. We will make it public, Madam Speaker, and there is no way
You have made your
that
point.
he out there will try to
You
defend
have
what is not defendable.
You have made your point, member.
No,
I
I
think
have
that
not
we
made
need.
my point,
Yes,
Madam
you
Speaker.
have.
I'm just
You
priming up.
absolutely have. No, no, no.
Priming up, Madam Speaker,
No.
because these gentlemen here have lied to us for 12 years. They have stolen from this country for 12 years. They have fleeced this country. And our people don't have to eat.
We no need
Our,
to shout. The
our health
microphone
system
is on.
right now is in the worst state it could ever be. We are borrowing to the rate of owing nearly $4 billion, and then you want to tell me give them balloon blind?
Excuse me?
Madam Speaker?
Honorable member, just calm down. Please calm down, and I'm saying that we need to wrap up your debate or your discussion. I'm sure it's not, but you'll have enough time to do
The
that.
most wanted, and I want everybody out there to look at that show, the most wanted criminals in the world. Belize will be on that list next year of one of the most wanted criminals in the world.
Honorable
The Prince
member,
of
thank
Bel-Air,
you.
Madam Speaker, is the
Thank you.
son of the father. Never forget that.
Thank you. Please take your seats.
Madam Speaker, just to make the point again that in my view the member's presentation was entirely out of order, reviving a matter that had been concluded and making allegations without any proof of even the origin of the material that he says he's employing to make these allegations. He brought in again BTL. Madam Speaker, let me sit down, because if I am to respond to everything that he said, I would tell him about St. George's Quay and the lodge. I would tell him about Forest Drive. I would tell him about the Premier's Lodge. And I would ask the leader of the opposition, what is different between the allegation of abuse of a credit card and the allegation of a position of Minister of Lands, so that you, your brother, your father, your entire family got acres and acres and acres and acres of land on the backs of the people of this country.
Speaker, I will tell the Prime Minister, he is a liar. You're a liar.
We brought the evidence.
Okay, honorable members, we can bring this House meeting to a close. if this is what is going to happen, we can bring this House meeting to a close. So that, and Honorable Leader, you remember? You want to speak before the House meeting ends, right? Kindly proceed.
Certainly, Madam Speaker, I believe that as an elected member of this House, I have the right to speak on behalf of my people, Madam Speaker. So thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I rise this afternoon to speak on a matter of public importance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this has to do with the ongoing, with concerns in relation to the ongoing electrification project that is happening right now as we speak in Medina Bank, Golden Stream, and Indian Creek. Just for context, Madam Speaker, I want to go back a little bit on how this project has arrived to where it is. Madam Speaker, the United Arab Emirates granted a grant of $7 million to the government of Belize to be able to provide electrification for these three communities, namely Medina Bank, Golden Stream, and Indian Creek. And over the past months, Madam Speaker, quite a number of work has been happening in that area. In terms of infrastructure, we have seen, poles going up, lines going up. And I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the people of those three aforementioned villages to really thank, the people and government of the United Arab Emirates, for making this substantial contribution to the people of Belize, and particularly to those communities, who are the intended beneficiaries of this project. Madam Speaker, the records will show in this honorable House that since 2012, when I became the elected representative for Toledo West, that I have always been, voicing and fighting on behalf of these communities that they need to have electricity. Because, Madam Speaker, in 2020, I believe that electricity can no longer be a privilege. It has to be a right for our people. Because in 2020, Madam Speaker, we have students who are studying at the primary, the secondary school, and even at the tertiary level. And there is the need, Madam Speaker, for electricity. But equally so, our farmers, our mothers, our business people who are in the area certainly need electricity to allow them to be able to, carry out their development projects that would be facilitated by having access to electricity. Madam Speaker, in speaking to the residents of those communities, they are very grateful that this project is taking place, but there are some concerns, Madam Speaker, and hence the reason why I am bringing up these concerns, to the government, so that, they can be addressed. Madam Speaker, under the project, what they are getting is, they are getting a solar system that will power the three communities. Now, as I said earlier, the infrastructure has been put in place, and when you look at where the lines have ended, it's barely about a mile more before it reaches, the lines for the main grid. So what the people in those areas are saying is that, because their understanding and also my understanding, is that yes, while they will be able to have electricity, and it will certainly go a long way in improving, their lives compared to not having electricity. It is not a 100% guaranteed system, in that, solar depends on, upon the sun, and there may be times when, certain equipment, they may not be able to use it because of the amount of, voltage that they are getting. The concern that they have, Madam Speaker, is that they are saying, why not connect to the national grid? And that's the concern that I want to bring to this honorable House. Why not connect to the national grid? considering that it is only about, a mile away from the national grid. That would make things much better for the people. That would ensure that they have a very reliable, sustainable supply of electricity. And certainly would go a long way, particularly for, the people who have businesses in those areas. I want to say that I have spoken on several occasions also to the owner of, Allspice Farm, and that is one of the concerns that he has brought up. He's saying that, seeing that it is so close, why is it that government does not make the final push to be able to connect it to the national grid? You understand me? When you look at it, I mean, I guess at the beginning, I did not indicate that we're looking at $7 million. It's a $7 million investment. So if you're investing $7 million, then we believe that, and the people believe, that the most prudent thing to do would be to connect to the national grid, Madam Speaker. But the other concern that people have, Madam Speaker, is that there are certain areas in the three communities where there has been absolutely no infrastructure put in place. That means that we don't have posts going into some of the areas. There are no lines going into the areas, and that is a major concern to them. Because if we are going to be spending $7 million that has been gifted to Belize, then it is the responsibility of government and the implementing agency, in this case I believe it's BL, to ensure that everybody gets access to electricity. That is very, very important. And I want to impress upon the Ministry of Public Utilities to ensure, Madam Speaker, that all these people or all these persons in Medina Bank, in Golden Stream, in Indian Creek, where the lines have not got in, that they should ensure, they should go back to the drawing board and ensure that that infrastructure is put in place to allow those people to be able to enjoy the benefits of electricity as well, Madam Speaker. The other concern that they have, and I know that the government does not like to hear this. There are certain members on the other side who will be quick to jump and say that, we are politicizing everything. But as representatives of the people, as the representative on the ground visiting and talking to people, Madam Speaker, these are the concerns that they're bringing out. That what is happening right now is that you have UDP operatives going into these communities, and again, they're in a way intimidating people, telling people that, what, if you don't promise that you're going to vote, for the UDP candidate, then we are not going to ensure that you are connected to electricity. This is what you are getting on the ground. This is what you get on the ground, Madam Speaker. And I'm saying that there is no room for that. Electricity is a right that should be enjoyed by everyone. Whether you're red, whether you're blue, or whether you have no political color, Madam Speaker, it is a right that has to be enjoyed by everyone. And I'm making a special appeal here today to the government to ensure that this matter is adequately addressed, and I am calling out. As I said earlier, we are grateful, we are thankful to the donors, but I also want to bring to their attention that it is important, as I'm sure that they do have some system in which they are monitoring what is happening on the ground. And I want to call upon them to ensure that at the end of the day, everybody is connected without any kind of political interference or political connection, Madam Speaker, because it is the right of the people in Medina Bank, in Indian Creek and Golden Stream to enjoy electricity as is the right by all Belizeans, Madam Speaker. And this is the matter that I wanted to raise here today. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, let me declare why I'm standing, because I have visited with these three communities that are about to receive electricity. I've met with them, Madam Speaker, in order to hear the concerns that they've had, including the residents of these three villages that are supporters of our friend from Toledo West. And you see, Madam Speaker, he is very disingenuous. He will not tell you that he has been the one going around telling the people. In fact, the way he presented it today is proof of what he has been telling people. He tells the people that, in fact, it is not the government of Belize that's providing the electricity at all. So don't give the UDP government any credit. That's what he's been telling them. He said to them, Madam Speaker, that in fact, this is a gift from the United Arab Emirates, which you notice he came today to say thank you to them, but does not say thank you to the lobbying efforts of the government who, through our bilateral agreements with these entities, secure funding to get this done. That's a government initiative. So if you want to say thanks, begin with the government of Belize. He will not tell you that his brother is an employee of BEL, and along with another fanatic supporter of his, they go around telling the people all kinds of lies about the project.
Madam Speaker. No, please. The member cannot be allowed, Madam Speaker, to make those statements when those persons are not here to defend themselves, Madam Speaker.
Of course I can.
Please.
Of course I can.
Please.
Honorable member, we got
Madam Speaker.
Which part of that? Where?
Minister, kindly proceed with your presentation.
So he has purposefully, you see, Madam Speaker, he now realizes that in fact the UDP and the candidate of the UDP is making serious inroads. I am glad that he's talking today because Simeon looked like he really hurt this man. Because Simeon, he's now saying, Madam Speaker.
Honorable member,
I have studied.
Honorable Toledo, West member.
It looks like things are really, you know, the people of Toledo West, Madam Speaker, it would seem, have now seen the light when it comes to him, which is why he's getting up today as he normally does to talk and to try to spew lies to the people of Toledo West. But getting back to the point that he was making, he was on, his brother and this other person who are employees go down there and tell the people, because they work for BEL, all sorts of lies. In fact, Madam Speaker, like I said, he doesn't tell them that it is the government of Belize, but we have set the record straight with that. And that is what he has the problems with. In fact, I have contacted BEL, Madam Speaker, and BEL made it clear, as he said, that they are merely the conduit to put up the infrastructure that is delivering electricity. Now he wants to connect to the grid. He does not understand even the nature of the contribution that the United Arab Emirates made to Belize. It is a sustainable energy program, and that is why solar is involved. They want to make sure that we're using sustainable energy sources. But BEL on a whole, Madam Speaker, when I approached BEL to ask them for some guidance on the matter, BEL made very clear that they have a plan, Madam Speaker, again because BEL is, as BTL is, owned by the government and people of Belize, to electrify several other areas in his constituency of Toledo West. But apart from that, Madam Speaker, the concerns that he raised, I think are valid, and in fact, we're trying our best to ensure that all of those people are connected. One of the issues that he did not speak of, and I will speak of, Madam Speaker, just to let, I will pull a page from his book. I will talk about it so that people can know what the government is doing. Because that's what he does. He comes here and he talks a lot of things because he wants people to believe that he's working. A part of the issue that people are having is that, yes, the lampposts and the lines are put up, and yes, they're going to be connected to solar, but they have issues connecting from the posts, Madam Speaker, or from the lines to their homes. And as I've said to those people when we visited, it is the duty and the responsibility of this government, working with BEL, as they have always done, to try to cover and share out, if you will, the cost of connecting them. It makes no sense for you to have electricity right at your door and you can't connect it to your meter. So BEL has always, when we have electrification programs, been very good at helping the people to connect and then spreading out the cost of that connection over time for their... That is what I thought he would have been mentioning. But don't worry, under the UDP, that will be done. Because the UDP, sir, is the owner of the Belize Electricity Limited, the majority shares in the Belize Electricity Limited. So he can be assured. But it is not only Golden Stream and Indian Creek. And what's the other one, brother? Medina Bank. It's not only these three communities that can look forward, Madam Speaker, to electricity. That is true. That is true, and that is what is bothering him. But it is that BEL and this administration and the next UDP administration will cover all of these areas, because if one thing he said that I agree with, that these areas deserve electricity, but it no means that it will have to be connected to the national grid. We will find sustainable ways to connect them to electricity. In closing, Madam Speaker, I will tell him that Simeon is coming hard. And watch the man, Madam Speaker. Now the foot Simeon. Yes, he's footing Dr. Cook. Dr. Cook go up on Facebook Live. The man all of a sudden start to go up on Facebook Live. And the people all around are telling you, they don't want to see you again. You go there. I'll ease my case, Madam Speaker, but
wrap up now.
The reason he's behaving like that is because he's afraid of Dr. Cook. Coming for him.
I think. Honorable member.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the member from Toledo East has the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The matter I'd like to raise today is in regards to Toledo Community College, another problem that the Minister of Education is faced with. Again, one of the issues there, Minister, I think you got correspondence. Well, TCC happens to be the same, except that it's like $200 and something thousand that has not been accounted for, but that's really not the issue they are quarreling about today. What they are quarreling about today, Madam Speaker, is that in this country, we have church state school, we have private school, we have government schools, and they all have their own financial agreement with the government of Belize. The formula they use is 70-30. Right, Minister? 70%, 30%. Maybe they have other deals that they make that we are not aware of. Now, I came out of that system. 17 years of my life I spent in a classroom. 17 years. I did not get my pension in full because of the 70-30% agreement. So I got my portion from government of Belize, but whatever I was supposed to receive from the institution, which was 30%, I never got it. Now we are looking back many years, you know, because Toledo Community College was established in 1983 when Said Musa was Minister of Education. And I can recall at that time that most of the institutions that were set up by the government, Ecumenical High School, Belmopan, Compre, all of them were designed around vocational education. And that was the aim of Toledo Community College. So from 1983 to now, you're looking at 30 years, 31 years, that this situation exists. Now the teachers, I think, have ganged up together against the chairman of the board and made special requests to the ministry to make a decision on whether or not they are willing to pass over the responsibility of Toledo Community College to the government of Belize. And I have all the correspondence here that they have been sending back and forth from way back, I think 2018, when they started to negotiate this deal. And so far, Minister, I think they have not come up with a reason. Toledo Community College was managed by a board of directors. And it so happened that Mr. Bob Peniel, hard UDP, my very good friend, deceased, was one of the main champions behind a community school versus a government school at that time. Carol Young, Wallace Young, he's still alive today. who was also a part of that campaign to get a community school. And in order to get the community involved, because one of the problems in those days, Madam Speaker, was religion. Because you have in a high school, Catholic, Protestant, Methodist, Jehovah's Witness, that kind of situation. So when they did that setup to call it a community school, the board of directors was set up in such a way that the Methodists, which was one of the big groups there, the Nazarenes, and the Catholics, that they would all be representative on the board. Minister, one of the letters I saw that came out of the negotiation is saying that you are concerned about what investments these people put into it. Actually, none. Toledo Community College is a government institution built by the government of Belize. We are no longer a part of Claver College because at that time they amalgamated 1983, amalgamated Claver College with Toledo Community College, which was fully financed by the government of Belize. We even went further at that time that all the teachers that were involved in vocational education, they got 100% salary from the government of Belize. And the rest of the staff remain at 70-30. So that is the issue that the chairman of the board right now is trying to negotiate with the government of Belize to make a decision on the way forward to either leave it as it is and cover the 30% or turn the school over to the government of Belize. Thank you.
Minister?
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for raising this issue. Let me try as gently as I can to speak on this matter. I don't agree with my friend when he says that these are government schools. They are of a special creature and they are grant-aided schools. And if I am allowed to explain, Madam Speaker, he's right. We have different governing structures for schools. But a grant-in-aid school is a school where there is a co-owner, if you will, or the main owner of the school, not co-owner, they are the owners of the school, and the government gives aid. As he has described it, the traditional way that we have done that is for the government to put in 70% and the proprietor to put in 30%. Now, where that is a church entity that we partner with, we've not had any issues coming to the government because it is clear that it is the churches that are the proprietors in those instances, even though the employees, the teachers of those institutions likewise have difficulty collecting their 30% from the church managed schools that are granting aid as well. And you will understand the backdrop to all of this, Madam Speaker. It has to do with the collective bargaining negotiations, which are still ongoing, and Proposal 22 coming from the union, where they asked us to look at 4 community schools because of these issues of some of the teachers or those teachers who retire not getting a portion of their gratuity and pension as a result of the arrangement that is there. The Ministry of Education, when approached by the union, and in fact when the entire process of collective bargaining was happening, they assigned the BNTU to work with the Ministry of Education to try to resolve the issue that was outstanding, which is these 4 community schools. And we did our homework, Madam Speaker. And in fact, 3 of the 4 schools indicated that they did not wish to come under full government control. And at the time, Madam Speaker, we had full permission from the Honorable Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, and the Cabinet to say that we were prepared, after negotiating, to take over these schools. 3 of the 4, there was San Pedro High School in San Pedro Town, there was Corozal Community College in Corozal Town, there was Stan Creek Ecumenical in Dangriga, and there was TCC. The issue is that we found that there were problems with who are the proprietors, as my friend is now saying. So they're saying, well, it's not community, it was the churches that that were the proprietors and are responsible for the 30%. No, Madam Speaker. When the COVID situation happened, and in fact the discussions, as I've said, are still very much alive and very much open, it caused us to not continue. In fact, as I understand it, and as I've explained it, only one school indicated that they were interested. The problem I'm having now, Madam Speaker, but before I speak about that, let me say this, that the understanding coming from the government, when I sought permission from the Right Honorable Prime Minister as Minister of Finance to say we will now take these schools, if they so desire, to be under government proprietorship, we can never be responsible, Madam Speaker, to go back in time and to give all of those teachers who did not collect their 30% from the institution the monies. So my thinking, Madam Speaker, was to say to them, we can look at things moving forward. The problem I'm having now, though, is that the teachers at TCC seem to think that they have some right now to demand that the government takes over them. And in fact are saying that if the government does not take over the school, that they will not go to teach on October 5th. And that has to be a serious issue. That, I will tell you, comes from within their ranks. One Luke Palacio of BNTU fame is at the forefront of all of that. Maybe I shouldn't say BNTU fame, I should say PUP fame. So he is one of those teachers, as far as I'm understanding, Madam Speaker, who is nearing retirement and wants to ensure that he gets his 30% from the government. So he has incited the teachers to tell the board that if government does not take the school over, that we are not going to turn up to work, even if by online or distance learning on October 5th. And the government will not be hijacked like that. I'm sorry. So that is the position. If the school wants to continue, and I see where the BNTU has indicated that they once again want us to sit down to talk about Proposal 22, then we can have that discussion. But the teachers cannot tell the government that you either take us over or we are not going to teach. We have no obligation to do that. And we certainly, if we agree to take on the proprietorship of the school, have no obligation to go back in time and to pay the 30% for all of those people. We have those same issues in the denominational schools where the churches are the proprietor, for that matter. So I will advise the teachers and the union, if it is them who is encouraging that. Or if it is the PUP, I advise you, no, tell them not to come with that approach, because the government cannot be hijacked like that. But that is the position the teachers wrote, to say that they are not going to work unless the government takes over the school. I did not invent that. Is that not the case, my friend from Toledo East? Is that not the case? Can you say? But I'm telling you, I have received a letter from the teachers to say that that is the position. So I did not make that up. And I am not quarreling with the teachers. It seems the teachers want to jack us up. I do want to talk about the issue that he raised, Madam Speaker, at TCC about $200,000, you said? Madam Speaker, yes, somewhere along the line, there was some, I don't know if I can use the word embezzlement or some kind, but it is not on the part of the Ministry of Education. This came from the Treasury, I believe it was. And, Madam Speaker, so the monies that were to be sent to the school via the financial system somehow fell short. I think that matter has been dealt with already years ago. But there was these monies that they did not receive, and so the government agreed to ensure that the school gets the money. The government fell short of that deadline, and so the principal wrote to ask what is the progress. I am reliably informed now that those monies, or at least the payment, the installment of what was to be paid, has been paid. So that matter is no longer a live issue as far as I'm concerned, in terms of the government not addressing it. But that is nothing recent. That is nothing that needs to be added to the pot in terms of the problems there. But my sincerest advice, Madam Speaker, and I go with an open mind. In fact, the Prime Minister and members of Cabinet can bear me out that we long said that we prefer these schools to be under government control because they have so many issues. but that they cannot jack the government up against the wall and say, if you don't do this, we won't come to work. That won't be tolerated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, please. Honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. House now stands adjourned. Thank you.
Huh? What that? That